y Twitch.
Bueno,
Nice. La transmisión de Facebook, ¿dónde?
En mi perfil.
Démosle.
entonces, fenomenología del espíritu.
Traducción de
Michael Wood. Con introducción y comentario de el traductor.
y bueno decir que tiene comentarios a cada párrafo para hacer la lectura más fácil.
Ujú. Entonces,
Introducción del editor.
vamos a leer la introducción del editor. Claro.
Comencemos.
Editor's introduction. It has been said that the difference between Nietzsche and Hegel is that we can understand Nietzsche's individual sentences, but not what he is saying overall, whereas with Hegel it is the other way around. We can understand what he's saying overall, but not his individual sentences. This dictum is over-optimistic as far as the phenomenology of spirit is concerned. Not only are its individual sentences often obscure, if not impenetrable, it is far from clear what the book is about overall. The problems begin with the title. The problems begin with the title. In conformity with its derivation from the Greek words phainomai, peer, and logos, account, reason, etc., phenomenology means a study of appearances. But appearance is ambiguous.
Ah, Rodrigo, ponte música.
Y no hay problemas con la música y el copyright.
Es que la música que pone el Rodrigo no nos la van a bajar por copyright.
Está bien ahí.
No caché ese razonamiento, pero bueno.
Es que música muy oscura japonesa de los 70, 80 que nadie conoce y nadie va a reclamar copyright.
Así es. Sigue Panchito, con la apariencia.
Yeah. But appearance is ambiguous. It may mean the emergence or manifestation of something. Hegel's book appeared in 1807. Dishonesty was quite apparent. Or it may mean that the way something seems in contrast to the way it really is. Hegel's book appears to solve all philosophical problems. His honest was only apparent.
A ver, un segundo, que estamos discutiendo sobre el gato que está al frente.
Yeah.
Eh,
¿Quién habrá dicho esa diferencia entre Hegel y Nietzsche?
No sé.
Porque siento que Nietzsche es bien claro.
¿Cómo?
Porque yo siento que Nietzsche es bien claro.
Igual sí.
ya, ahí sí, ya pedí que le tomaran una foto al gato y que preguntaran al WhatsApp del condominio de quién es y si está bien. eso, también está muy urgido.
Mm.
No, pues si se va a asomar por la ventana y le toma una foto.
Buena forma de
Ya,
solucionar.
¿y qué es lo que decían recién?
Según yo, Nietzsche es bien claro.
Es que es bien claro, pero es muy abierto a la interpretación el sobre qué estaba hablando. Como ya, Nietzsche escribió todo esto, ¿por qué lo hizo? ¿A quién le hablaba? ¿De qué forma? ¿Cómo? ¿Por qué? ¿Cuál era su motivación? Eso no es claro. Pero las cosas que él dice sí son bien claras.
A ver eso. Que para mí Hegel tampoco es claro ni individualmente ni en general.
Es que cuando
A lo
empecé
mejor
a...
ya sí va por acá, pero no estoy muy seguro.
Es que cuando empecé a leer otras webs de Hegel que no son como su introducción al sistema, como cuando te explica sobre arte, encuentro que el bueno es súper claro y súper bonito. Entonces como que sí podéis como más o menos cachar de qué te estaba hablando y qué es lo que quería decir y qué te estaba queriendo decir con lo que te decía, que es describirte cómo funciona el arte o qué sé yo. Pero claro, en la fenomenología y la ciencia de la lógica no pasa ninguno de los dos.
Y así es como uno se
¿Qué
queda
pasa,
en una frase toda una tarde.
qué pasa con el proyecto de Hegel que se puede leer en sus clases, por ejemplo? Ahí más claro.
Generalmente los filósofos en sus clases son más claros, pero generalmente porque lo hacen los estudiantes.
Claro,
Esa,
tienen que explicar las cosas que ellos piensan a los estudiantes, no a otra gente elevada como ellos.
por eso las clases de Foucault son mucho mejores que sus libros.
Y las
Mm.
de Les también. Es para lo que cuando no está con Watari escribe bien.
¿Sigamos?
Sigamos.
Sí.
Hegel uses Hegel uses appearance, shining, and the verb to appear, shinen, in both ways. Nota 1. La nota 1 dice que la compleción implícita de este pensamiento está dada al final de la oración. We shall get hold of clouds of error,
En qué
etc.
página estaban? ¿Dónde empezaron estas notas?
Las notas están en la 370.
No, pues aquí en la introducción
No, la que
empieza.
está abajo.
¿Mm?
No, la que está abajo.
Chuta. Espérate. Estoy confundiendo entonces entre notas.
Sí, estas son las notas a pie de página. Sí, las notas al final del libro empiezan en el prefacio.
¿Verdad, pues bueno? Estoy puro weando. Entonces, when an ordinary writer uses a word that is assigned more than one meaning in the dictionary, we normally assume that she is using it only on one of these meanings. But Hegel is not an ordinary writer, and he often has in mind more than one meaning of a word when he uses it. His intention is to unearth deep and significant connections between seemingly disparate concepts. A striking example of this procedure is his use of Aufheben, sublate, in all its senses at once: elevate, destroy, and preserve, that is, kick upstairs. Sigo en el cuerpo del texto. What appears is Geist. Geist is the usual German word for the intellectual aspect of an individual, the mind. But in the phenomenology it more commonly refers to the collective mind or spirit shared by a group of people. It is, as Hegel memorably puts it, I that is we, and we that is I. It can also refer to the third person of the Trinity, the Holy Spirit, and the religious connotation is never far from Hegel's mind, and he uses the word Geist. The Spirit appears on the scene on the course of the phenomenology, but it does not appear all at once, as does, say, a book or a person on my doorstep. It rather presents aspects of itself, fragmentary appearances in which fully fledged spirit is not revealed as a whole, that can be seen in retrospect as the source from which they stem. In search of the absolute. To learn more about the subject matter of Hegel's book, we need to turn not to the long preface with which it begins, but to the shorter introduction that follows it. The preface was written after Hegel had completed the rest of the book, and was meant as an introduction not only to the phenomenology, to the whole philosophical system to which the phenomenology was originally intended as an introduction. The preface is thus more closely connected with the concluding paragraphs of the book, which present his whole system in outline, than it is with the earlier stages of the work. Nota 2. Strictly speaking, the preface should be read at the end of the book, rather than the beginning. In his commentary, Quentin Lohr adopts this order, leaving the preface until last. The introduction raises a problem to which the phenomenology purports to provide an answer, namely, can we know the absolute, and if so, how? The problem arose with particular poignancy in the wake of Kant's critique of pure reason from 1781, which had argued that we cannot know things in themselves, rock-bottom reality, but only things as they appear to us. Nota 3. Nota 3. It is tempting to paraphrase the absolute as mind-independent reality. No doubt the absolute would be independent of our minds if there were no minds. But since there are minds and the absolute is responsible for them, minds cannot be independent of the absolute. Conversely, the absolute cannot be entirely independent of minds. Moreover, in Hegel's view, there necessarily are minds, since the absolute must be known by minds. He never considers the possibility that there might have been no human minds. Culialago. Traditionally, sigo en el cuerpo. Traditionally, the realm of things in themselves had been supposed to be populated by various supernatural entities, God or gods, and one of the motives of Kant's transcendental idealism was to leave space open for such entities. Kant argues, for example, that if we believe that God and his knowledge of the world is atemporal, then we must regard time as ideal and not as a feature of rock-bottom reality. Religious belief is, however, a matter not of knowledge, but of faith, a faith that is required if, as Kant did, we take morality seriously. For Hegel's criticism of this is his account of the moral worldview in the phenomenology. According to Hegel, such skepticism. Pero, ¿te esperamos?
¿No es tu timbre?
No, es mío.
Ah, chicha. Ya no, así que no sé.
Yeah, according to Hegel, such skepticism about our knowledge of the absolute presupposes that our cognitive equipment is like an instrument, or medium, or as we might anachronistically say, a camera which may distort our pictures of the absolute. There is no way in which we could, by inspecting the pictures of such global camera and comparing them with reality, discover the distortion it introduces and make allowance for it. I cannot step outside my own consciousness to survey and assess it from an external standpoint.
Nota 4.
Note 4. No more can I, Hegel believes, step outside my own ethical order in order to assess it from a neutral standpoint. See paragraph 437, where the attempt to establish laws for one's society, or to test the laws that are already in place, is increasingly criticized for its pretension to occupy an Archimedean point outside one's society. However, the camera model of cognition is defective in several respects. First, it postulates a rift between myself and my cognitive equipment, between the photographer and the camera, but the photographer cannot be wholly denuded of primary cognitive equipment independent of the camera. I have, after all, to inspect the pictures supplied by my camera and to ask whether they are veridical or not. If I cannot rely on this primary equipment, more intimately connected with myself than the other, I have no basis for raising skeptical doubts about the reliability of my secondary cognitive equipment. Nota 5. Compare with Hume. There is a species of skepticism antecedent to all study and philosophy. It recommends a universal doubt, not only of our former opinions and principles, but also of our very faculties, of whose veracity, they say, we must assure ourselves by a chain of reasoning, deduced from some original principle, which cannot possibly be fallacious or deceitful. But neither is there any such original principle, which has a prerogative above others that are self-evident and convincing, or if there were, could we advance a step beyond it, but by the use of those very faculties of which we are supposed to be already diffident. Según el cuerpo. I also need this primary equipment to have knowledge of myself, including the camera model of my own cognition, unless we suppose, as Kant in effect did, that I take unreliable selfhood with my secondary equipment. An adequate account of the self must explain my ability to keep that account. Here we have, in effect, two selves, one that has a view of the world and another that has a reliable view, not of the world itself, but of that view of the world, and raises skeptical doubts about it. There are further selves in play too, for secondly, the camera model neglects the fact that I am only one among very similar selves, and that my knowledge of the world would be intolerably impoverished if I could not supplement my own meager first-hand experience of it with the testimony of other selves, who perceive parts of the world that I do not, and from viewpoints that I do not occupy. How does the camera model accommodate other selves? Does it lapse into solipsism, regarding others not as selves on par with myself, but simply as entities recorded by my camera? Or does each of us have a camera of our own? Or do we all view the world through a single global camera? Each of these alternatives involves difficulties that had not been squarely confronted by Kant, who distinguished between myself and others, between I and we, only in his ethical writings, but not in his theoretical philosophy.
Manso palo, weón.
Note 6. Note 6. Bishop Berkeley, by contrast, assigned to minds, including minds other than one's own, a more solid ontological status than that of material objects. The being of material things is simply to be perceived, both by us and by God, but the being of a mind consists in perceiving. Though we depend on God for our existence, we are not simply ideas in the mind of God. However, this conflicts with his empiricist arguments for his overall doctrine, some of which, such as his argument that I cannot imagine a tree that is not perceived by me, tend towards solipsism. Hegel, by contrast, is vividly aware of the distinction between oneself and others, and seems to repair this deficiency in Kant. Continúa el cuerpo. Other selves play at least two roles in Hegel's enterprise. First, they figure within some, if not all, of the shapes of consciousness that Hegel goes on to consider, most vividly in his account of self-consciousness in chapter 4, nota 7, note 7. It must be admitted, however, that the distinction becomes salient in political and ethical contexts of the work, beginning with chapter 4 on self-consciousness, and is still relatively subdued in the more theoretical parts of the work, such as chapters 1 to 3 on consciousness and chapter 5a on theoretical reason. Continúa el cuerpo del texto. Secondly, they are responsible for a pressing skeptical problem that Hegel attempts to overcome in the phenomenology. If others hold a view different from my own, or from science, how can I settle the dispute in my own favor without begging the question?
Me encanta esa expresión.
Es buena.
Okay, begging the question.
Sí. To beg the question. Ya, pues nota 8.
This problem is examined by Forster, 1989. Hegel's solution to it is, roughly speaking, to take his opponents on board and incorporate a modified version of their views into his own. Past philosophies and past shapes of consciousness are not simply rejected, but are sublated or kicked upstairs. The truth in them is integrated into their successors, especially into Hegel's own science.
Por eso que no.
Mm?
No. Sigamos.
Continúa el texto. Thirdly, the camera model differentiates the self and its camera from the absolute itself. But how can that be? If the absolute is genuinely absolute, it cannot be sheerly distinct from selves, with their cameras and photographs. If it were, there would be two absolutes mysteriously disconnected from each other, since selves and their pictures undoubtedly exist. They cannot, or at least I cannot, be yet one more illusory appearance. The selves, their cameras, and photographs must rather be offshoots of the Absolute, sent down by the Absolute itself. It is open to dispute whether Hegel believed in such a thing as the Absolute. But what is not in dispute is that he did not believe in an Absolute that is separate from human knowers. Any Absolute worthy of its name must encompass and account for the minds that, however imperfectly, know the Absolute, and the onward advance of the phenomenology is in large part driven by the quest for a type of knowledge that incorporates the knower in what is known.
Encuentro que esto es como el cuello de botella de Hegel y todo lo que tiene para decir, como que todas las cosas que puedas imaginar son conciencia y la conciencia es material y todo es material y todo es naturaleza y qué sé yo. Entonces, como que obviamente va a haber alguna forma correcta de acercarse a esa realidad material.
Nota 9. Note 9. This is a problem faced not only by an idealist such as Hegel, but also by a materialist. Insofar as a materialist regards matter or energy as the absolute, she must treat matter not as simply contrasting with mind, but as able to accommodate and account for minds, along with everything else. No, si continúa el texto. Hegel's response. Un segundo. Hegel's response. Despite these deficiencies of the camera model in terms of which the problem of the absolute is posed, the problem still remains. The derivation of our concepts and beliefs from the absolute itself. The derivation of our concepts and beliefs from the absolute itself does not entail that they are appropriate or true. Illusions and error, as well as truths, must stem from the absolute. How can we know which, if any, of our beliefs about ultimate reality are true and which are false? Hegel proposes the following solution. We should consider not directly the absolute itself, but the series of forms or shapes of consciousness that have occurred in our attempt to grasp the absolute.
O sea, autoconocimiento. Es a través del autoconocimiento que aprende a discernir cuál es, qué forma de conocimiento es correcta y cuál no.
Nota 10. Shape translates Gestalt throughout. It is tempting, perhaps closer to Hegel's meaning, to translate Gestalt as form, but this is excluded by the fact that in other contexts, Hegel also uses the word form, a near synonym of Gestalt, but not an exact synonym. Continúa el texto. Each shape of consciousness, apart from the last science itself, Hegel's own system, falls short of truth. Nota 11. The word science, Wissenschaft, is used more widely in German than in English. What we call art history, for example, is in German art science, Kunstwissenschaft. Whenever Hegel speaks of science in the phenomenology, he means the ideal philosophy, that is, the philosophy that he aspires to develop. Each shape of consciousness, continúa el texto retomando, apart from the last, science itself, Hegel's own system, falls short of the truth. But Hegel's strategy is to advance towards the truth by using errors as stepping stones, not to avoid error at all costs, as Descartes attempted to do. Since errors are, for Hegel, never sheer errors, but always contain a grain or more of truth. We begin with the simplest shape, immediate sensory awareness of individual entities. This collapses, but not because Hegel criticizes it. What allows Hegel's opponents, to claim that he rejects sensory certainty. That would allow Hegel's opponents to claim that he rejects sensory certainty only because of its failure to satisfy a criterion that he chooses to apply to it, a criterion that sensory certainty itself might not acknowledge. Sensory certainty collapses because it fails to meet a criterion that it itself endorses and applies to itself. Sensory certainty can do this because, as Hegel says in paragraph 85, consciousness is on the one hand consciousness of the object, and the other consciousness of itself, consciousness of what to it is the truth, and consciousness of its knowledge of the truth. Since both are for consciousness, consciousness itself is their comparison. It becomes a matter for consciousness whether its knowledge of the object corresponds to the object or not. The sense certain consciousness becomes aware of a conflict between what its objects purport to be, pure individuals, and its own way of getting to know them by the use of universal terms, such as this, here, and now, terms which therefore in Hegel's view capture only universals, not the individuals they aimed for. From the debris of sensory certainty there emerges a new shape of consciousness, perception of things with properties. Hegel himself purports to play no more part in its emergence than he did in the assessment of its predecessor. This new object of consciousness he tells us in paragraph 87, the knowledge of the first object, that is, the sensory certainty's illicit universal knowledge of its individual objects becomes the object of the next shape of consciousness, the thing with its universal properties. In Hegel's view, any given shape necessarily has an immediate successor, and necessarily has the immediate successor it does have. The knowledge of its object acquired by shape of consciousness n becomes the object of shape of consciousness n plus 1. Hegel himself plays no part in deciding how the sequence is to proceed. His role is simply that of an onlooker. He does, however, see things that the shapes of consciousness themselves do not. Hegel, or we, can see that and how perception emerges from sensory certainty, but neither of these shapes can see this. See paragraph 87. If they knew as much as Hegel knows, they would have the conceptual resources of Hegel, and would amount to absolute knowledge itself rather than simply rungs on the ladder towards it. Perception, in turn, undergoes a fate similar to that of sensory certainty, and is likewise supplanted by another shape, understanding and force. After that, there is a more abrupt transition, less easy to comprehend than the previous two, and seemingly less conformable to the strategy Hegel outlines in the introduction. This is the transition from consciousness in chapter 1 to 3 to self-consciousness in chapter 4, which is not only a different shape, Gestalt, but also a new configuration, Gestaltung, grouping together several related shapes, in contrast to those of the first configuration in chapters 1 to 3. Nota 2. In the introduction, paragraph 78, Hegel seems to use Gestaltung in the same way as Gestalt, but later in the work he uses it to refer to larger groups of related shapes. Continúa. Unlike the first three shapes, which have no obvious historical setting, but only a logical order, the shapes falling under the heading of self-consciousness form a rough historical sequence. Struggle for recognition and the ensuing enslavement remind us of the ancient world, or perhaps of the state of nature. Stoicism and scepticism developed in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, while an unhappy consciousness recalls early Christianity. Thou All four shapes occasionally resurface in subsequent and historically later shapes of consciousness. Reason, in chapter 5, forms another configuration, but is divided into three sections: theoretical, practical, and a combination of the two. Theoretical, or observing reason, may be good enough for dealing with inorganic and organic nature, but it flounders when it comes to the human self. See paragraphs 309 and onwards. To deal with the self, reason needs to become practical. Neither reason nor its subsections have any specific historical location. History begins in earnest with Geist in chapter 6, which ranges from the Greek city-state as portrayed in Greek tragedy, down to the revolution in France and the contemporaneous development of individualistic morality in Germany. Spirit gathers up the preceding shapes of consciousness and presents their emergence in history. See, for example, paragraphs 295, 444, 440 onwards, and 448. Finally, religion in chapter 7 introduces a new historical sequence, which begins with Zoroastrianism, whom Judaism. See paragraph 720, and ends with Lutheranism, on the brink of its transformation into Hegelian philosophy. Pardon.
Qué fuerte.
And ends with
Vamos la
Lutheranism, on the brink of its transformation into Hegelian philosophy. In his final chapter, 8, Hegel stresses the unfolding of the shapes of consciousness in history. See paragraphs 803 and 808. But the series of shapes in the phenomenology corresponds to no single temporal sequence. Their ordering is primarily logical, and only occasionally does the logical order mesh with the historical order. Hegel believes that the process whereby each shape of consciousness generates its immediate successor, that each shape's knowledge of its object becomes the object of the next shape, guarantees the completeness of the shapes of consciousness he presents. See paragraph 79. This is somewhat over-optimistic, both because it is not obvious that the process in question does ensure completeness. After all, the process whereby numbers are generated by beginning with 0 and continually applying the operation +1 does not capture all the numbers there are, and because Hegel's application of the procedure becomes more perfunctory, or at least less scrutable, as the phenomenology proceeds. But even in the process that Hegel applied, or rather considered, in view of his non-interventionist stance, were guaranteed to omit no shape of consciousness. It would not follow for that consciousness of the Absolute itself was to be found among them. For even if the Absolute itself is ultimately accessible to human consciousness, there is little reason to suppose that our quest for it will ever come to an end. Veamos la nota 13. Nota 13, in a sense, Hegel himself accepts that the Absolute is not accessible to human consciousness, since he believes that insofar as there is an absolute at all, it is the pure thoughts of his logic which form the scaffolding both of nature and of the mind, when one thinks about and in terms of these thoughts. One is not conscious in Hegel's sense, since the thoughts are not an object distinct from oneself.
Encuentro que una muy bonita forma de
La
ponerlo,
bola.
de que cuando estáis pensando con el absoluto no estáis realizando una acción particular de pensar, sino que estáis siendo. Y calma, voy a hacer pipí.
Sí. No habíamos leído que o no sé si lo leí yo en otra parte, que al final la cuestión del absoluto no es alcanzable por una mente humana, sino es una cuestión de como de especie.
Está ocupado,
¿Dónde
hermano.
leí eso?
Sigamos.
Ya. Tenemos, dice Viernes de Hegel.
Sí, no sé por qué, yo lo cambié, pero ya se compartió así que nada que hacer. En el,
Tenemos varios
en el Twitch
espectadores.
debe ser distinto, sí, creo.
Tenemos espectadores.
En el Twitch dice Viernes de Hegel
¿En
también.
Twitch también? Conche tu madre.
Y
Ahí
en
tenéis
el
que ver
Twitch
desde el
dice
Streamlabs.
Viernes de Hegel
¿En
también.
Twitch también? Conche tu madre.
Sí.
Estamos desfasados entonces. Nada que hacer más que cambiarle el título después cuando lo suba a YouTube.
¿Sigamos?
Sigamos.
Mm.
Entonces estamos en,
Nota 13.
¿ah?
Nota 13.
Número, después de la 13. For even if the absolute itself is ultimately accessible to human consciousness, there is little reason to suppose that our quest for it will ever come to an end and not continue indefinitely, as number generation does, turning up new shapes of consciousness that Hegel never lived to consider. Nota 14. Stegler argues reasonably enough that humanity's quest for truth is never-ending. But his attribution of this view to Hegel is more controversial. The absolute unmasked here we need to ask. ¿Te fijaste si sonaba ahí Gustavo?
Me parece que sí estoy sonando. Al menos en...
Ya.
Ah, sí, me acabo de ver. Y sí sonaba.
Entonces, the absolute unmasked. Here we need to ask, does Hegel answer or even attempt to answer the question about the absolute? In the introduction, he seems to have dismissed the question, along with its presuppositions, and we have turned to a quite different subject, our successive views of the absolute. How could an account of our views of the absolute tell us anything about the absolute itself? Our successive diverse views about, say, the atoms surely do tell us more about atoms, since they are supported by approximate empirical evidence, supported by appropriate empirical evidence, and are regarded as continually approximating closer to the real nature of the atom, even if there is no guarantee that our knowledge of it will ever be complete. But the absolute is not susceptible to empirical investigation in the way that atoms are. Any empirical evidence we have of the nature of rock-bottom reality can be dismissed by the Kantian skeptic as simply evidence concerning appearances, atoms included, and irrelevant to the nature of the underlying absolute. At this point, Hegel might have considered that the investigation of successive views of the absolute is simply the best we can do, and that we can never reach the absolute itself. This is not what he does, however. Contrary to our earlier supposition, he does not believe that shapes of consciousness proceed indefinitely. They advance towards a goal. Dice Hegel, the goal is fixed for knowledge, just as necessarily as the sequence of the advance. It is situated where knowledge no longer needs to go beyond itself, where knowledge finds itself, and the concept corresponds to the object, and the object to the concept. So the advance towards that goal is also relentless. and no satisfaction is to be found at any earlier station. Paragraph 80. Continúa Kingwood. Generally speaking, each shape of consciousness finds itself to be unsatisfactory and gives way to a more complex and satisfactory shape, which is the truth of its ultimate immediate predecessor, not that is the truth unqualified. Since this new shape too will find itself unsatisfactory in turn, but what the predecessor really amounts to and what provides a resolution, albeit temporary, of its difficulties. No such defective shape of consciousness can reveal the absolute, not only because of its defects, the mismatch between object and concept, but also because it is necessary, even possible, to go beyond it. No lower shape of consciousness can express the full potential of the Absolute's generative power, so the final shape of consciousness must be unsurpassable, such that it neither needs to be nor can be supplanted by another shape that amounts to the truth of it. Hegel's presentation of this final shape is two-pronged. It is so because something like a distinction between the phenomenal world and the absolute occurs not only in the minds of us phenomenological philosophers surveying the successive shapes of consciousness, but also within the shapes of consciousness themselves. This is the distinction between worldly life, the history of which is surveyed in Chapter 6, Spirit, and religion, the history of which is recorded in Chapter 6,
Seven.
Religion. Había dicho Spirit, and Spirit, Chapter 6, Spirit, and religion, the history of which is recorded in Chapter 7, Religion. Religion, as Hegel conceives it, is our shared self-consciousness in contrast to the consciousness of our worldly life. Hence, the worldly shapes of consciousness that appear historically in Chapter 6 are accompanied by a religion, postulating a division between the social world and a relatively determinate absolute. This is untrue of the Greek world, and especially of the period from the medieval world down to the French Revolution. The history of religions in chapter 6 correlates
Seven.
only very roughly with the history of worldly consciousness in chapter 6. In, in 7, pardon. The history of religions in 7 correlates only very roughly with the history of worldly consciousness in chapter 6, but their final stages neatly coincide. Chapter 6 ends with the beautiful soul, the conscientious individual who forms the basis of the new state that is beginning to emerge in the wake of the French Revolution.
Indonesia.
Nota 15, in paragraphs blah, 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 paragraph 668 onwards. The beautiful soul is presented as a dead end who has dwindled away because of this inertia. His reappearance in paragraphs 795 to 7 is a crucial link between earth and heaven. As a crucial link between earth and heaven is surprising and hard to explain. My own explanation is therefore conjectural and controversial.
Pienso que esto es como el rol del artista en la sociedad. Y ahora sí, calma, voy a hacer pipí, que ya se ocupó en el baño. Vuelvo al tiro.
Ya, vuelvo al tiro igual.
Vale.
Ya volvemos con Hegel.
Hegel volverá en unos segundos, en unos momentos, después de unas palabras de nuestro auspiciador, Francisco Castro, Yoda Taxi,
Oh.
nuestro benefactor. Hola Taxi.
No estoy seguro. ¿Volviste, Gustavo?
No, no ha vuelto.
Volví, tenemos 6 espectadores, qué wea. Lo almendro me
¿Cuántos?
estaba leyendo
Vaya,
palabras del COA que ocupamos todos los días. Cagüín,
¿palabras de qué?
del COA.
¿Del cual?
Del COA. Cagüín, pajarón. Al tiro. ¿Qué más? Agarrar papa.
Mm. Sigamos.
Sigamos.
Démosle.
Estamos después de la nota 15, ¿cierto?
Mm. Chapter 6 dice, ends with the beautiful soul. See paragraphs 658 and onwards and 795. The conscientious, the beautiful soul, the conscientious individual, who forms the basis of the new state that is beginning to emerge in the wake of the French Revolution.
Ahí sigamos.
A state that gives due weight both to ethical life or communal social morality and to the individual moral conscience, in contrast to the ancient city-state which merged to the individual with ethical life, and to the revolutionary order of absolute freedom, which recognized only the individual citizen, guided, if by anything at all, only by individualistic morality and not by any objective ethical order. The beautiful soul is self-contained and autonomous. In conscience and in his environing ethical society, he has all he needs for the moral management of his life. He does not need to look to heaven for guidance. Conversely, the concluding stage of religion, Lutheran Christianity, descends to meet the beautiful soul. Christianity is manifest or revealed religion, that is, the religion that is entirely open and above board, in which the Absolute discloses itself to mankind. This is an essential characteristic of God Himself. God cannot be God unless He is known to humans. Hence, humans are an essential aspect of God. This religion also provides a gratifying model of the way in which the shapes of our consciousness are involved in the Absolute itself. They are, as it were, rungs of a ladder thrown down to us by God Himself because of His need to be known by us. But this religion brings God down to earth in the form of a man, and subsequently situates Him as the Holy Spirit in the Christian community rather than in a remote heaven. God is dead, Hegel proclaims. Nietzsche in paragraphs 752 and 785, anticipating Nietzsche, but himself anticipated by Lutheran hymnists, and no more intending his dictum as an unequivocal declaration of atheism than they did. Conversely, man, in the form of the beautiful soul, has risen to meet God halfway. In contrast to Descartes and to many another philosopher, Hegel does not regard the self as fixed and determinate, and in particular not as a free-floating ego. It undergoes a transforming education in parallel with the changes in its objects and in its attitudes towards them. The phenomenology is, among other things, a quest for an adequate conception of the self. The conscious self is itself an offshoot of the absolute. Every shape of consciousness involves a conception not only of its object, but also of the self and of its relationship to its
Encuentro que
object.
aquí te está diciendo explícitamente de que el absoluto es pensar la matrix entera, como todos los cerebros conectados y el conocimiento que ellos producen, no solamente lo que produce tu ego.
No sé, bueno, no literalmente no sé.
Yo me quedaría con lo último que dijo el doctor,
¿Qué cosa?
que no es un acto particular, sino que es el acto de todos. Conectados.
Es el acto de lo razonable. Cuando tú eres razonable estás participando de la conciencia completa.
Sí, suena bien hippie, puesto así, pero sí.
Pero todo espíritu, hermano, qué weá. Conecten con el absoluto. Y weá.
Cambia de forma tu conciencia,
Cállate.
despierta tu conciencia para que adopte otra forma.
Cállense. No, está bien.
Sácate
Bueno,
uno y conéctate con el absoluto.
eso sí. Entonces, dice, it does not follow, however, that every shape involves an adequate conception of its own self. In general, an adequate conception of the self of shape N is provided only by its successor, N plus 1, so that knowledge needs to go beyond itself in order to find itself.
Esto es es necesario que la conciencia se resuelva a sí misma en términos de lo que
Sí.
ella misma planteó. Y cuando hace eso, está limitada, solamente puede ir al siguiente paso. No podría ir a la conciencia absoluta de bueno, tiene que ir al siguiente paso la conciencia. Porque eso es todo lo que puede hacer con la conciencia hasta lo que tenía en esos momentos.
Sí.
A shape adequate to the absolute must provide the self with an adequate account of itself, and not leave it to the immediately successive shape to provide such an account. But as it says, this requirement is attested by observable reason, whose aim it is to find itself or the mind in things, with no account that the world can be complete if it leaves ourselves out. Continúa el texto. Only after this long education are we in a fit state to fuse with the similarly transformed deity. Thus God becomes man, and conversely man becomes God. The absolute, Hegel believes, has at last come down to earth.
Eso es lo que le decía hace un rato. Este es el espíritu del cristianismo. Como que este era el mensaje, la causa.
El mensaje del cristianismo
Voltaire.
Hegel te lo explica.
a la mitad. Solo que Dios se vuelve hombre.
Yo siento que se resume en que ser razonable significa ser cariñoso. Cuando eres razonable, ejerces cariño. Y eso es lo absoluto.
También es extraño porque esa última parte, al menos como lo pone Inwood, no la puedo no leer como de forma mística. Con la dirección de el hombre se vuelve Dios.
Es que es el objetivo, pues. Pero aquí Hegel procura capturarte la religión dentro de una de las sombras de la conciencia que él captura. Como que paséis por todos estos lugares y la religión, la parte mística, es una parte necesaria de ello. Tenés que convencerte a esta weá que te tira el misticismo también.
Ya entiendo. Es que es como la superación de la
Sí,
separación del mundo.
sí.
También se podría ver con la figura del mundo. ¿Cómo era? Mundo inverso, mundo al revés. ¿Cómo era? El de Force and Understanding. de
Ay,
fuerza y entendimiento.
no me acuerdo, pero claro, es cuando estoy en fuerza de entendimiento en que empecé a ver la wea al revés y empecé a ver al ego como generador de todos estos movimientos, ¿no?
Que al final la ciencia crea un mundo al revés, po. Esa era la idea. Y termináis de nuevo con este mundo de apariencias, pero la causa está en las leyes y lo real es simplemente las leyes y la teoría cuando se unen. Pero aquí sería como no,
Es que
separamos
creo que
y ahora tenemos,
creo
la
que
unidad.
Ingut hacía una nota bien buena con respecto a eso, de que esa visión termina viendo como fuerzas primordiales como la fuerza y como otras weas científicas, ¿cachai? Pero como que le declaráis supremacía ontológica y eso se vuelve problemático.
Sí,
Porque no te comprometiste con nada, así que te tuviste que comprometer con fuerzas.
exacto. Que se despliegan en leyes. Sí, sí, sí. Y por eso se ocupan el código Pancho 2020. Tienen 20% de descuento en hora taxi.
Por favor.
Mhm.
Nuestro auspiciador.
Sigamos.
Ujú.
¿Quién soy yo?
Who am I?
Soy Hegel.
Mhm.
La conciencia adoptó la forma de Hegel.
Dice, this solution may well leave us dissatisfied. For one thing, it gives a disconcertingly parochial account of the humanization of the Absolute. Why should we regard the religion and the idealized citizen of early 19th century Germany as the appropriate juncture of the revelation of the Absolute? Why should we even accept this religion's account of the Absolute? And secondly, the account misses out Hegel himself. Even if we accept his assurance that he is simply an onlooker, and that the shapes of consciousness are supplied by spirit and not by himself, his own role and his insight into the succession of shapes needs to be explained in terms of the absolute from which it, like everything else, stems, not shuffled off onto the unphilosophical beautiful soul. Hegel found a division within himself. I raise myself in thought to the absolute, thus being infinite consciousness, yet at the same time I am finite consciousness. Both aspects seek each other and free each other. I am the struggle between them.
Ah, ¿qué está pasando?
Nota 17 bibliográfica. Here we encounter the distinction that Hegel often marks and as that between the singular self and the universal self. God is not to be identified with the singular self, with what Kant memorably described as the crook timber of humanity, but rather with the universal self. However, we now have two candidates for the role of the universal self, the dutiful conscientious citizen and the philosopher. Both have a claim to universality, insofar as someone is a citizen, he or she, as we might add, even if Hegel would not, is not a singular person with all the idiosyncrasies that implies, but a rational, dutiful, and morally sensitive performer in a rational social order consisting of similarly exemplary people. Hegel, qua philosopher, is not the singular dance-loving, pie-eating, glory-playing, wine-drinking Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel described in his biographies, but a pure thinker, whose thoughts might in principle be shared by any similarly gifted individual, and are, at some level, shared even by ungifted individuals. However, the two universal candidates are not one and the same. Hegel was no doubt a conscientious and dutiful citizen, as well as a philosopher, but not every dutiful citizen is a philosopher. This suggests that Hegel might have followed a different route in introducing his system to beginners. In the phenomenology, he proceeds by examining shapes of consciousness, which, although they are often suffused with philosophical ideas, are not for the most part established philosophical doctrines. In his encyclopedia, by contrast, he presents a briefer alternative introduction, by which of an exposition and critique of various recent philosophies, especially pre-Kantian metaphysics, Leibniz, etc., Hume's empiricism, and Kant's transcendental idealism, and Descartes and Jacobi. See Encyclopedia 1, paragraphs 25 to 78. He sketches an even briefer history of philosophy in paragraph 803 of the Phenomenology, and also remarks in paragraph 805 that the fact that shapes of consciousness embody or deploy the general categories that later appear explicit in the logic. Nota 18. The plural categories is Aristotle's and Kant's word rather than Hegel's. Hegel prefers such terms as thought determinations, Denkbestimmungen. In the phenomenology, he uses category in the singular and identifies it with the I or self, regarding its differentiation into distinct categories as problematic. Sensory certainty, for example, is structured initially at least by the category of being, and its successors, perception and understanding, depend respectively on the category of thing and its properties, and on such categories as force and law, categories that are applicable both to ourselves and to the things around us. In the shapes of consciousness of the phenomenology, categories are intertwined with empirical material and not considered in their purity. Perception, for example, does not explicitly consider the category of thing and properties. It deploys it in order to say that salt is white, cubical, and tart, and to extricate itself from the difficulties this involves. By contrast, when science emerges fully fledged at the end of the book, under the heading of absolute knowledge, categories are extracted from their empirical embodiment and considered in their purity. This is what Hegel primarily means by saying in paragraph 77 that the soul purifies itself to spirit. It has broken free of empirical material and deals with pure categories. Liberation from the empirical progresses over the course of the phenomenology. However, Hegel's great philosophical predecessors have only subdued the presence in the book as a whole. Why, we might ask today, and Hegel himself did not play a greater part in it? If God has become man, the philosopher has a good claim to be his repository as does the dutiful citizen. Has as good a claim to be his repository as does the dutiful citizen. Hegel has something to say about this at the very beginning of the Phenomenology, in paragraph 2 of the preface. Philosophies are related to each other in a manner similar to that in which shapes of consciousness are. They form a succession analogous to the gradual growth of a tree. Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Locke, Leibniz, Spinoza, Kant, Hegel. Each of these philosophies, except perhaps the last, is false, and this explains why it is followed by another philosophy. But none of them, or at least none of those that enter the philosophical mainstream, is entirely false. Nota 19. One problem with this conception of philosophy is the difficulty of deciding what counts as a philosophy and what does not. Hegel gives short shrift to some of his philosophical contemporaries, such as W. T. Crook and G. Schulze, and romantics such as Friedrich Schlegel, who might be regarded by others as very reputable philosophers. The question, what is to count as philosophy? And as significant or rather great philosophy is itself a philosophical question. Hence, different philosophers may well present different histories of their subject. Some figures, Plato, Aristotle, Kant, for example, will surely appear in any serious history, but the status of others, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Jesus, St. Paul, is more precarious. But none of them, dice el cuerpo del texto, retomo desde el TV 19, but none of them, or at least none of those that enter in the philosophical mainstream, is entirely false, and that explains why each philosophy retains something of its predecessors. In fact, Hegel tends to regard philosophy, like a shape of consciousness, as the truth of its supplanted predecessor. Now, again, this does not mean that it is the truth, since it will in turn be supplanted by its successor. Not every philosopher has regarded himself as absorbing the thought of his predecessors. Descartes, for example, believed that he was starting from a clean slate, whereas Aristotle explicitly tried to extract and absorb the views of his predecessors insofar as they were correct. Other veinte. There is a similar contrast between Jeremy Bentham, who purported to start afresh, and John Stuart Mill, who wanted to take the best from his predecessors. Continúa el texto. Hegel more explicitly and deliberately than any of his predecessors attempts to take his predecessors on board, to integrate their findings in what he regards as philosophy or science as such, not simply Hegel's philosophy. In different philosophies, this Hegel, in different philosophies that make their appearance, the history of philosophy presents, firstly, only one philosophy at different stages of its development, and secondly, it shows that the particular principles, on one of which each system was grounded, are only branches of one and the same whole. The last philosophy in time is the result of all preceding philosophies, and must therefore contain the principle of all of them. So, if it is in fact philosophy, it is the fullest, richest, and most concrete philosophy. Taken in isolation, each of these preceding philosophies is false, if for no other reason because they are one-sided, exclusively empiricist, for example, and neglecting the role of reason. This type of falsity is remedied when the philosophy is integrated into a more comprehensive philosophy, one that gives reason, as well as experience, its due. But in other respects too, a philosophy may need modification before it can be integrated in a later philosophy. Plato's theory of recollection was, for example, adopted by Leibniz for his theory of finite ideas, but shorn of the doctrine of the soul's pre-existence with which Plato associated it. Past philosophies undergo similar modifications when they are integrated into Hegel's philosophy. So although, say Platonism is false on its own, it is no longer false when it is integrated or sublated in Hegelianism. See paragraph 30. Why then did Hegel not proceed in this way towards fully fledged science as he did in later works? There are several answers to this question. First, such a procedure may well tell us why, if we are already operating at the level of philosophy, we should advance to Hegelianism and not remain at some earlier stage of philosophy. What it does not tell us, however, is why we should ascend to philosophy in the first place. Yet this is precisely what Hegel wants to explain to his audience. He wants to guide us from the natural consciousness characteristic of philosophers and non-philosophers alike by way of his own presentation of knowledge as it appears, the sort of knowledge that natural consciousness has to science. Natural consciousness and knowledge as it appears are distinct from science. They are subject to empirical constraints and are confined at any given stage of their development to a particular way of looking at things, to the exclusion of other ways of looking at things. Science, by contrast, is free of empirical constraints and of such one-sidedness. It incorporates and surveys all possible ways of looking at things. In this respect, Hegel's own presentation is akin to, if not already, science. However, it displays the connection of science with non-philosophical communal life and its history, and its emergence from it. In particular, Hegel wants to establish the link between science and religion, to show how the latter gives rise to the former. Secondly, if Hegel were simply to proceed from each philosophy to the next, there would be no special reason to suppose that the process ends with Hegel rather than continuing indefinitely to ever more advanced philosophies. But Hegel is not content with such a modest position. He regards his own philosophy not as simply one stage in the development of philosophy, but as the culmination of philosophy as such. One reason that might be offered for this startling claim is that Hegel, alone among the great philosophers, views philosophy as a single developing organism, each stage of which incorporates and advances on its predecessors. But though that might be a significant innovation, it would surely not be enough to establish that Hegelianism is the full ground free, or indeed that there is an alien limit to the growth of the organism. By contrast, the phenomenology offers what would be more compelling reasons, if only we could believe them, for accepting the special status of Hegelianism. It alone, among all possible ways of viewing things, leaves no loose ends that need to be tied up by a successor. It alone, with the cooperation of Lutheranism, brings God, and the various versions of the absolute postulated by its predecessors, down to earth in the form of the logical structure of reality.
Wow.
It alone shows, at long last, that the world is cognitively and morally manageable. Why now? How come that this stupendous climax in the course of the world occurs now, in 1807, oh 06? That is a third advantage that Hegel sees in the procedure he adopts in the phenomenology. It gives an answer to the question that could not easily be derived simply from Hegel's position in the sequence of great philosophers. The system emerges in a cultural environment involving the confluence of extra-philosophical circumstances, as well as philosophical, especially Lutheranism and the moral conscience of the Romantics, that are especially favorable to the birth of this new science. See, for example, paragraph 11. Aquí un par de dos
Sí,
páginas y media más.
recién me sacado. ¿En qué página quedamos? ¿17? No. Ah,
18
sí,
el PDF.
18. Glory to man.
Glory to man in the highest, for man is the master of things. Hegel is respectful of religion and regards it as an indispensable stepping stone on the road to truth. He is, however, equally respectful of the enlightenments of criticism of religion, paragraphs 541 and onwards. His own criticisms of religion are twofold. First, it populates heaven with pictorial representations derived from the sensory world, and in the case of Christianity, bases its faith on ill-attested events remote in time and place. Nota 22. In paragraph 554, Hegel suggests that Christianity resorts to historical texts to buttress its faith only because its Enlightenment critics seduce it into doing so. And in paragraph 568 that appeal to such empirical contingencies is only one aspect of Christian faith and is overemphasized by the Enlightenment. Secondly, si continúa el texto. Secondly, it splits the universe in two, postulating a sharp rift between the divine world and the human world. Nota 23. Hegel's criticism applied more incisively to faith, the 18th century target of the Enlightenment's attack, than to religion. For the distinction between faith and religion, see paragraphs 487 and 673. Continúa el texto. As a consequence, it also divides the human self, at least the religious self, who has one foot planted in heaven and the other on earth. Providentially, however, religion itself, in the form of Lutheranism, supplies a solution, and the loose ends are tied up by philosophy. God has become man, or conversely, man has become God. The man in question is, however, the universal man, whether this be the beautiful citizen or the all-seeing philosopher. Moreover, the man in question has not simply cast aside his past history. The shapes of consciousness that Hegel surveys are familiar to this man, and they constitute his substance. See paragraph 30. He is a Greek, a Roman, a medieval Catholic, an enlightened philosopher, a French revolutionary, and a conscientious moralist packed within him. This is why he can understand these shapes of consciousness.
Esto encuentro
When
que
they are presented to him.
es como decir que
Hence
eres
Hegel's humanism.
un ciudadano actualizado con cómo se conforma la sociedad y entiendes por qué se conforma la forma en que se conforma. Así que si entiendes por qué las personas se comportan así entre ellas, no es necesario que seas un filósofo. Porque ya heredaste como la sintonía de mucha evolución histórica.
That is why he can understand these shapes of consciousness when they are presented to him. Hence Hegel's humanism, if such it be, does not stand in stark contrast to theism, but is conceived as a development of it and preserves as well as abolishes its religious origins. That is, dice la nota 24, it sublates them. Such humanism is not, continúa el texto, continúa Inwood. Such humanism is not, however, immovably rooted in its parochial birthplace. Lutheranism and the beautiful soul explain in Hegel's view how it came to birth, but it might well appeal to many who are not 19th century German Lutherans. Hegel's humanism, or as we might better call it, his theanthropism, need not remain parochial. It is, however, thoroughly anthropocentric. An important strand in Hegel's argument is this. In Kant's usage, as we have seen, things in themselves, Dinge an sich, are things as they are extrinsically, independently of us, independently in fact of anything else. Since we cannot know things as they are in themselves, but only as they appear to us, mediated and distorted by our cognitive equipment, our knowledge is less than fully satisfactory. Indeed, in paragraph 75, Hegel doubts whether such so-called knowledge is really knowledge at all. He, by contrast, confers another meaning on an sich. Something is an an sich. Something that is an sich is merely potential, not fully actual, not for itself, let alone in and for itself. Nota 25. Hegel is here influenced by Aristotle's distinction between what is dynamia, potential, and what is energeiae, actual. Continúa Inwood. If things in themselves are taken in this sense, then it is the things that are defective, merely potential, rather than our knowledge. When we come to know them, we do not distort them. We actualize them and make them into what they really are. This is why God is not properly God unless he is known by man. To reach this conclusion, however, Hegel must already confer a special status on man and also on knowledge. We might well agree that to be properly actual, a thing must enter into relations with other things. It is hard to conceive of anything existing even in a potential form, if it is wholly unrelated to everything else. Even an acorn, a merely potential oak tree, is related to other entities. To realize its potential and become an actual tree, it needs to enter into closer relations with soil, water, sunlight, and so on. But it does not need to be known by man. Why should it be otherwise with God? No doubt, God was in a barely comprehensible state of sheer potentiality before he created the world. 26, nota 26. Hegel is at odds with the Christian tradition which regards God as wholly actual even before the creation. No doubt, continúa el texto, God was in barely comprehensible state of sheer potentiality before he created the world. But his relationship to a world, even a world bereft of human knowers, should surely be enough to actualize him. In religious terms, Hegel's answer is that God is a spirit. To be fully actualized, spirit must be self-conscious, know itself, and that God can only become self-conscious in virtue of being known by humans. It is not enough that they should love him and worship him. They must know him inside and out.
Buena nota
In more
y los
secular
niveles de
terms,
relación.
Hegel's worldview is thoroughly anthropocentric. Humankind is not simply one among many other species, perched precariously over the physical, organic, and animal levels of nature. Not only are we the highest creatures the universe contains, 27, characterization of humanity as the highest creature is itself anthropocentric. No other creature has any say in the matter. A justification if it might be that humans involve the other levels of nature, physical, organic, and animal, but also something extra, namely rationality and all that goes with it. Just continúa el texto. Not only are we the highest creatures on the universe contains, it is we who confer meaning and value on the universe, and above all bring it to self-knowledge, knowledge of the universe as a whole. It is only for us that the question of the knowability of the absolute arises as a problem at all. There is, as far as we know, nothing else that asks the question, what is the absolute? Nothing else from which the absolute is hidden. Since there is nothing else to which it could possibly be revealed. It does not follow from this that our answer to the question should be anthropocentric as the question itself. Hegel's justification for this step is perhaps twofold. First, whatever else the absolute may be, it must be at least be sufficient to generate the human spirit, and the succession of shapes of consciousness in which it gradually unfolds. In Hegel's eyes, this implies that the absolute is itself a spirit. Secondly, the culmination of the onward march of the human spirit is the final completion of a logical system that is not only the underpinning of human thought, but, in Hegel's view, the logical structure of the universe itself. In theological terms, God's plan for the creation of the world is mirrored in the depths of the human mind and becomes fully explicit in that mind. Thanks to ourselves, God becomes aware of what he had in mind all along.
Es una nota grande.
Nota 28. Apart from Hegel's reluctance to admit that anything else is incomprehensible, there is more than a remote analogy between his attitude to theism and that expressed in Hume. I ask the theist, dice Hume, 2008, página 120, I ask the theist if he does not allow that there is a great and immeasurable, because incomprehensible difference between the human and the divine mind. The more pious he is, the more readily will he assent to the affirmative. and the more he will be disposed to magnify the difference. He will even assert that the difference is of a nature which cannot be too much magnified. I next turn to the atheist, who I assert is only nominally so, and can never possibly be in earnest. I I ask him whether from the coherence and apparent sympathy in all parts of the world there be not a certain degree of analogy among all the operations of nature, in every situation and in every age, whether the rolling of a turnip, the generation of an animal, and the structure of human thought, be not energies that probably bear some remote analogy to each other. It is impossible he can deny it. He will readily acknowledge it, having obtained this concession. I push him still farther in his retreat, and I ask him if it be not probable that the principle which first arranged and still maintains order in this universe was not also some remote inconceivable analogy to the other operations of nature, and among the rest of the economy of human mind and thought. However reluctant, he must give his assent. Where then I cry to both these antagonists is this, where then cry to both these antagonists is the subject of your dispute. The theist allows that the original intelligence is very different from human reason. The atheist allows that the original principle of order bears some remote analogy to it. Will we quarrel, gentlemen, about the degrees and enter into a controversy which admits not of any precise meaning, nor consequently of any determination?
Manso pato, weón.
Continúa el texto. Hegel's humanism differs from the humanism of the Enlightenment in several respects. It does not stand in sharp contrast to theism. The new man God is laden with his religious past. It is not open to the charge that it postulates a uniform and unchanging human nature. Man has not always been God. He has laboriously developed in order to become God. It is not so thoroughly egalitarian as the Enlightenment version. Not everyone is a philosopher or even a politically active citizen. Here Hegel's collectivism comes into play. Peasants as well as philosophers play a part in the social order, and they are elevated to divinity, along with the rest. Quite likely, religious worship will continue in order to give them a glimpse of the absolute. Hegel's humanism is a curious beast. Not everything. Hegel proclaims the end of art, but never the end of religion. See Hegel 1993.
Qué buena forma de
Vaya,
terminar la introducción, weón. O sea,
vaya.
la nota introductoria. Wow. I am the beast I worship.
Vaya, ¿seguimos después entonces?
Tomémonos un break de 10-15 minutos y empezamos.
Ya.
Viene una nota, la traducción y un comentario, pero es de una página. Podemos saltarlo porque no dice nada. Empezamos de lleno con el sistema de la ciencia, primera parte, la tecnología del espíritu. Nos saltamos todo el prefacio porque eso no existe todavía. Y empezamos en la página 3562 del PDF. Y las notas están en el parágrafo 73.
370. 397 del PDF.
Aquí está, introducción. 370, 397. Ya. Pequeño break. Voy a poner escena de transición. Hasta que volvamos.
Ya, nos vemos en un ratito entonces.
Ya. Yo me voy a hacer oncecita mientras. Ay.
Ya.
Would you believe my house burned down? I thought it was funky. I was getting down. Would you believe I ain't no fooling around? I was getting funky and my house was getting down. Would you believe my house burned down? I thought it was funky. I was getting down. Would you believe I am the fooling around? I was getting funky and my house was getting down. You see, this dust is all around. Careful, life is right down. Would you believe my house burned down? I thought it was funky. I was getting down. Would you believe I ain't the fooling around? I was getting funky and I was getting down. You see, disasters all around. Careful, life is right down.
Hello.
Hola. Hola.
¿Me gustó dónde fue?
No sé. Buena. ¿Qué tal?
Bien.
Lleva. No está durmiendo, ¿no? Total culiao, gato culiao. In a philosophy is the difficulty of deciding what counts as a philosophy and what does not. In a philosophy is the difficulty of deciding what counts as a philosophy.
Bueno, en video el Pancho, sí, el Pancho se había quedado pegado. Entonces ahora empezamos con la introducción. Ya.
Me había caído.
Así,
Bien.
sí. Entonces ahora empezamos con la introducción. Así se presenció.
Oh. Oh, estoy cansado, weón. Ya. Oh, estoy cansado.
¿Hasta dónde es la meta?
Toda la intro parece.
La introducción está
Pues 7 páginas. 8.
de 73 a 89. Pero lo vamos a leer así sin más.
No con las notas de Ingrid.
Ok. ¿Se puede abrir 2 veces el mismo documento en PDF?
Son 7 páginas. Sí, que creo que me va a hacer un café, weón.
Anda.
Rodrigo, ¿puedes poner el stream mientras y decirme si se escucha con mucho ruido de fondo? Que tengo el ventilador prendido.
Ah, un momento. ¿El de Twitch o el de Facebook? Cualquiera.
Cualquiera, es lo
Cualquiera
mismo.
sí. Me voy a... Sí. Me voy a... Sí. Se escucha el ventilador, pero poquito.
Ya. Bueno. Hoy quiero poner un disco. No creo que vayan a bajar esto.
¿Cuánto llevamos
2 horas.
de transmisión?
2 horas 12.
Efectivamente, una tarde hegeliana.
Un buen domingo.
Con jazz japonés de fondo. Tal como lo vio Hegel en su momento.
Puta, no está el Discord en YouTube. voy a poner esto. No, perdón, te voy a sacar el siguiente.
Ujú.
Ahí está. No era el álbum que quería, sino que es el álbum que YouTube te da.
Tenemos que cachar qué hueá podemos poner eventualmente.
Sí, o sea, me descargué 2 aplicaciones que auspicia Twitch para poner música sin licencia de copyright. ¿Y nada? ¿Cómo? Ya, un poquito. Está abierto todo. Y ahora sí. Ya dime.
Ya, entonces empezamos.
Sí. Al menos yo,
¿Mm?
al menos yo estoy listo.
Ya, démosle.
Ya.
Introduction. Párrafo 73.
Ya.
Necesitamos ver tu bella carita.
Ay, sí.
33. ¿Y la rosa? No, pues porque pensé que iba a ser
Entonces dice, it is a natural idea that in philosophy, before we come to deal with the thing itself, namely with the actual cognition of what in truth is, it is necessary first to come to an understanding about cognition, which is regarded as the instrument by which we take possession of the absolute, or as the medium through which we catch sight of it. The concern seems justified. On the one hand, there may be various kinds of cognition, and one of them might be handier than another for the attainment of this goal, and so by a wrong choice among them, nota 1.
Te acercaste mucho el micrófono a la boca y se te escucha mucho tirado.
¿Y ahora?
Mejor.
Una cuestión,
Ya.
antes de seguir leyendo, ¿en qué página estaban las notas?
370.
Ya. Qué buena música.
Cámbiala nomás, no era el disco que quería.
Siento que tengo ADHD o siento que eso es lo que tiene una persona
Hola.
en esa condición todo el tiempo.
Siempre está sonando.
sí.
Siempre está sonando John Sol al fondo, sí.
Me parece.
Ya sigo. La nota 1 dice: the implicit completion of this thought is given at the end of the sentence. We shall get hold of clouds of error, etc. Continúa el texto. And on the other hand, that, since cognition is a capacity of a determinate kind and scope, without a more precise determination of its nature and limits, we shall get hold of clouds of error instead of the heaven of truth. What is more, this concern must surely turn into the conviction that the whole enterprise of securing for consciousness that which is in itself through cognition is absurd in its concept, and that between cognition and the absolute there lies a boundary that completely divides them. For if cognition is the instrument for gaining possession of the absolute essence, it is immediately obvious that the application of an instrument to a thing does not in fact leave it as it is for itself, but rather effects a forming and alteration of it. Or if cognition is not an instrument of our activity, but a sort of passive medium through which the light of truth reaches us, then again we do not receive the truth as it is in itself, but only as it is through and in this medium. In both cases we use a means which immediately brings about the opposite of its intended aim. Or what is really absurd is that we make use of a means at all. It seems, no doubt, that this drawback can be remedied through an acquaintance with the way in which the instrument works, for this enables us to subtract from the result the instrument's own contribution to the representation of the absolute, which we gain by its means, and so to get the true in its purity. But this improvement would in fact only bring us back to where we were before. If from a thing we have formed we take away again what the instrument has done to it, then the thing, here the absolute, is for us exactly what it was before this now superfluous effort. If the instrument is supposed merely to bring the absolute a little closer to us, without altering anything in it, like a beard caught by a lime twig, it would surely derive this ruse, if it were not in and for itself already with us and willing to be so. Burlarse de esta artimaña, dice derive this ruse. For in this case cognition would be a ruse, since by its complex endeavor it assumes the air of doing something quite different from simply establishing an immediate and thus effortless relation. Or if an examination of cognition, which we represent as a medium, acquaints us with the law of its refraction, it is again useless to subtract the refraction from the result. For cognition is not the refraction of the ray, but the ray itself by which truth reaches us. And if this were subtracted, only the pure direction or blank space would have been indicated to us.
Nota 2.
Nota 2. The absolute is equivalent to what in truth is, and to that which is in itself, that is, independently of its being cognized by us. Here it carries no peculiarly Hegelian presuppositions, but alludes obliquely to Kant's things in themselves, as does the idea that our cognition or cognitive equipment is an instrument or medium. If cognition is an instrument or medium, it is reasonable to wonder whether it distorts our vision of the absolute, but not to conclude that it inevitably does so. An instrument or medium need not alter or distort the object to which it is applied. Spectacles do not distort our vision but enhance it. However, we cannot know whether such distortion has occurred, since we cannot remove our cognitive equipment to compare its findings with the object as it is in itself. The instrument hypothesis and the medium hypothesis may correspond respectively to Kant's view of the understanding as an active faculty that imposes concepts on our sensory input, and to his view of sensibility as a passive faculty that receives sensory input through the media of space and time. But this distinction is of little importance here. In either case, the anxiety or conviction is that cognition distorts reality, like a camera that produces distorted photographs. Kant offered no prospect of gaining access to the absolute by removing the distortion. This idea was proposed by Johann Heinrich Lambert's New Organon, or Thoughts on the Investigation and Designation of the Truth, and its discrimination from error and illusion from 1764,
Mazo título.
in, in a section entitled Phenomenologie, Lambert aimed to avoid semblance, shine, in order to penetrate the truth.
¿Qué
Optics
semblance?
discovers apariencia, semblance, aspecto. Optics discovers laws of a perspective, enabling us to determine a thing's nature from its visual appearance. This procedure can be extended to other appearances: sensory, psychological, moral, and the probable. Phenomenology is a transcendent optics, which discovers the transcendent perspective by which each type of semblance is related to the truth, thus enabling us to determine the truth from the semblance and acquire a complete system of scientific cognition. Hegel objects that we cannot remove the distortion, the contribution of the instrument or the medium, without removing cognition altogether. This is problematic. It is easy to subtract mentally the perspectival distortions of paintings and photos, but we can do so only because we have, in general, direct access to objects and can compare them with their pictures. If our cognition gives rise to global distortion, then we cannot compare our representations with the objects themselves to discover the laws of its refraction and allow for any distortion. The correction of a distortion in our cognition also presupposes that we have an undistorted view of the distorted representation of the absolute, and can form the undistorted thought that, say, the absolute is not spatio-temporal, even though our representations portray it as such. Our knowledge of representations and our thoughts must remain free of distortion. But why should they be if in other respects our cognition is unreliable? This problem is connected with Hegel's claim in 74 that this scepticism presupposes a distinction between ourselves and this cognition.
O sea, es como una petición de principio radical al escepticismo. Es como, a mí no me importa nada de lo que ustedes digan sobre el escepticismo, yo voy a darle con lo que la conciencia descubre sobre sí misma. Porque la conciencia cogniza. Y eso es todo, de eso se trata el espíritu absoluto, de la cognición.
Yo también lo veo como, bueno, si la cognición surge a partir de este mundo, ¿cómo explicáis que tenga fallos? ¿O por qué suponéis que tiene fallos? Como si la cognición fuese algo de otro mundo que se instala en este mundo para conocerlo. Viéndolo de forma un poco más naturalista, si queréis decirlo. También me acordó de una frase de Wittgenstein en el prefacio del Tractatus sobre la delimitación del pensamiento. Delimitar lo pensable es un absurdo porque uno tendría que pensar también lo impensable. Y aquí está sucediendo algo parecido. Para limitar la cognición me tendría que salir de la cognición. Me tendría que deshacer de la cognición.
Y uno haría eso porque presupone que el absoluto es algo distinto en la cognición. Lo que Hegel te dice es que no es necesario porque estoy presuponiendo pura weá.
¿Seguimos?
Sigamos.
Párrafo 74. Paragraph 74. Meanwhile, if concern about falling into error injects a mistrust into science, which without any such misgivings gets on with the job itself and actually cognizes, it is hard to see why we should not, conversely, inject a mistrust into this mistrust and be concerned that this fear of erring is really the error itself. In fact, this fear presupposes something, a great deal in fact, as truth, and it supports its misgivings and inferences on what itself needs to be examined first to see if it's truth. That is to say, it presupposes representations of cognition as an instrument and medium, also a distinction between ourselves and this cognition. In this cognition. But above all, it presupposes that the absolute stands on one side and cognition on the other side. For if itself and separated from the absolute, and yet is something, it is something, and yet is something real, or, to put it bluntly, it presupposes that cognition, which, since it is outside the absolute, is surely outside the truth as well, is nevertheless genuine, an assumption whereby what calls itself fear of error stands exposed rather than as a fear of truth.
Nota el parágrafo 74.
Un segundo. Entonces la nota 1 de la nota única nota que hay en el párrafo 74, Inwood dice: If our cognition is wholly unreliable, then our belief that it is unreliable is also unreliable, since this belief is itself a product of it. Compare Hume Inquiries 1, paragraph 116. The skepticism Hegel is attacking makes controversial assumptions. First, the representations of cognition as an instrument or a medium are not the only or the obvious way of viewing cognition. Secondly, these representations entail that I am distinct from my cognition, as a photographer is distinct both from the camera and the photos. Thirdly, cognition is separated from the absolute, and the camera and photos are distinct from the objects photographed, as the camera and the photos are distinct from the objects photographed. Hegel explicitly criticizes only the third of these. He may mean that since cognition is real, it must, like everything else, be an offshoot of the absolute. This does not
Porque,
entail that
porque
cognition is
perdón,
true or verídico.
es bueno recordar que cada imagen de la conciencia natural corresponde con una imagen de la conciencia absoluta. Entonces, aunque no sea completamente correcta, sí es parte de la verdad.
This does not entail that cognition is true or verídico. If Hegel suggests otherwise, he perhaps exploits the ambiguity true, wahr, and genuine, wahrhaft, which can mean real, genuine, as well as veridical, correct, and as in, it really believes that the earth is flat. Illusions and errors, insofar as they are real, are also offshoots of the absolute, but that does not make them veridical. But see also paragraph 75.
Encuentro que eso es muy importante, el tema de las ilusiones y cómo se relaciona Hegel con ellos. Que es un tema central del árbol del conocimiento, que es uno de los primeros libros de filosofía que leí, muy bonito.
¿Cuál libro?
El de Maturana y Varela,
¿Cómo se llama?
el árbol del conocimiento. Un tema central del libro son las ilusiones. El libro es muy bonito, bueno, todo el mundo debería leerlo. Muy, muy, muy bonito.
Maturana, bueno.
No, pichule para Maturana, pero lo hizo con Varela y Varela hacía buenas cosas.
También me acuerdo de otra frase de Wittgenstein en toda esta cuestión. que en una observación en la rama dorada de Fraser, él dice que para que haya un error, y creo que también lo hace en las investigaciones y sobre la certeza, que para que haya un error uno debe mostrar también el camino para corregirlo, si no la existencia de error no está.
Encuentro que todas las cosas que la antropología tenga para decir sobre eso son muy jodidamente interesantes.
¿Seguimos?
Sigamos.
Sí.
Párrafo 75. This conclusion stems from the fact that the absolute alone is true, or the true alone is absolute. The conclusion can be rejected by drawing a distinction. A cognition does not cognize the absolute, as science aims to, can nevertheless be true as well, and cognition in general, though it may be incapable of grasping the absolute, can still be capable of some other truth. But gradually we come to see that beating about the bush in this way comes down to a murky distinction between an absolutely true and some other kind of truth, and that the absolute, cognition, etc. are words that presuppose a meaning that first needs to be ascertained. Beating about the bush es irse por las ramas. O sea, andarse por las ramas, dice acá. Nota 76 de la 1 del 76, o sea, del 76. The conclusion is the claim that his opponents have a fear of truth, that they have given up on truth and settled for a satisfying fiction. They reply that they allow for a distinction between truth and falsity within the realm of appearances. The Kantian or transcendental idealist affirms the truth of the proposition that the earth revolves around the sun, despite the fact that the sun and the earth, like everything else of which we have knowledge, are appearances, not things in themselves. The dependence of appearances on human cognitive equipment, especially space and time, does not mean that they are merely illusions. See Critique of Pure Reason B69. When I say that the intuition of our objects and the self-intuition of the mind alike represent the objects and the mind in space and in time, as they affect our senses, that is, as they appear, I do not mean to say that these objects are a mere illusion. Compare the way in which within fiction we can distinguish true statements such as Sherlock Holmes smokes a pipe from false ones, such as Sherlock Holmes is an honest smoker. Whatever the merits of transcendental idealism, however, Hegel does not accept it without more ado.
Ese comentario final no lo entiendo, pero sí vamos.
76. There is an alternative to tormenting ourselves with such useless ideas and stock phrases about cognition as an instrument for getting hold of the absolute, or as a medium through which we catch sight of the truth. And surely all these ideas of cognition separated from the absolute, and an absolute separated from cognition, amount to those relationships. There is no need to bother with excuses which derive the incapacity of science from the presupposition of such relationships as these, in order to free oneself of the toil of science, while at the same time assuming the air of serious and zealous endeavor. Nor need we struggle for answers to all this. From Pope.
Muchas gracias.
Ya.
Me traje una ensaladita para comer, conchetumare, estoy muy feliz.
Sigue entonces. Instead of that, we could reject them out of hand as contingent and arbitrary
¿Hasta
representations.
dónde está leyendo?
76.
Ya.
Instead of that,
Línea
Ah,
8.
ya.
instead of that, de atormentarnos con nosotros mismos con esta idea sobre la condición como absoluto, o sea, como instrumento, cognición separada del absoluto, bla, bla, bla. Instead of that, we could reject them out of hand as contingent and arbitrary representations, and the associated use of words like the absolute, cognition, as well as the objective and the subjective, and countless others, whose meaning is presupposed as universally familiar, could even be regarded as a fraud, for the pretense not just that their meaning is universally familiar, but also that their concept is in one's own possession, looks more as if it is supposed to avoid the main thing, namely to provide this concept. On the other hand, we could with more right spare ourselves the trouble of taking any notice at all of such ideas and locutions, with which science itself is supposed to be kept at bay, for they only amount to an empty appearance of knowing, which vanishes immediately when science itself comes on the scene. But science, in virtue of coming on the scene, is itself an appearance. Its entrance is not yet science developed and expanded in its truth. It makes no difference here whether we suppose that science is the appearance because it comes on the scene along with something else, or whether we call that other untrue knowledge its appearing. That science must free itself of this semblance, and it can do this only by turning against it. For when faced with a sort of knowledge that is not genuine, science can neither just reject it as a common view of things, claiming that science is an entirely different sort of cognition, for which that other knowledge is of no account whatever. Espera un poco.
El disco se ponía mejor, de hecho.
Nor can science appeal to the intimation of something better within this other knowledge. By that first claim, science would not science would be declaring its being to be its power. But the untrue knowledge in turn appeals to the fact that it is, and claims that for it science is of no account. One bare claim is worth just as much as another. Still less can science appeal to the better intimation supposedly present in the cognition that is not genuine, to the sign within it pointing toward science. Because for one thing, it would similarly be appealing again to a being, but for another thing, it would be appealing to itself in the mode in which it is present in the non-genuine cognition. That is, it would be appealing to an inferior mode of its being and to its appearance rather than to how it is and for itself. It is for this reason that the presentation of knowledge as it appears is to be undertaken here.
Esto no está frígido. Entonces, aquí te perdiste la última vez.
76. Nota del traductor. Hegel considers four alternatives: to accept that cognition is cut off from the absolute, Kant. 2. To struggle for answers within the terms of the problem itself, for example Lambert. 3. To disarm the problem by dismantling its confusions and obscurities. 4. To ignore the problem and proceed with science in the hope that this will dispel it. Hegel rejects 1 and 2, but it is not clear which of 3 and 4 he favors. In the phenomenology of spirit,
Siento que el espíritu acá es que la weá que hace Hegel está entre decir de que estas weas no son problemas y mostrar lo obvios que son y continuar
¿cómo?
que la actitud que toma Hegel, resumiéndose en 3 y 4, es la de estas weas no son problemas, así que voy a continuar de todos modos. Y por ende la que viene 4, que es como no tengo nada que responderle a estos pseudos problemas y voy a continuar conmigo haciendo ciencia.
Pero el weón dice que eso no es la solución a la weá, pues weón.
Dice que su solución está entre medio de 3 y 4.
Sí.
Dice que no es claro cuál de los dos favorece.
Es que no son excluyentes, está entre medio de los dos.
Sí, pero no dice cuál. O sea, pero explícitamente dice que no es claro cuál favorece, pues weón.
Fijámonos.
¿Que lo tenemos? Sí, bueno, explícitamente. Pero la metodología que adopta es similar a la de 3.
Por eso estaba hablando como de actitud. Como que el culo dice como, estas weas no son problemas, déjenme a mí hacer mi wea.
Sí, pues tiene esa actitud, pero yo creo que adopta una metodología más parecida a la 3.
Sí,
Sí.
Que es mostrar el error.
ujú.
O como cierta forma de conciencia llegó a ese problema. Y por qué no es satisfactorio dentro de esa misma forma de conciencia. La respuesta es
Yo igual creo, me imagino que favorece. In the phenomenology he toys with 3. He examines the notion of the absolute in chapter 6, B to A, the struggle of enlightenment with superstition. But examination of such notions in the phenomenology of spirit is for the most part oblique. It is conducted explicitly in logic, which is a part of science proper, so that 3 converges with 4. However, procedure 4 faces the problem of equivalence, roughly, that if I say that P and you say that not P, it is only my word against yours, and your word against mine. In developing science, we are confronted by its spurious rivals, untrue knowledge. How are we to establish the superiority of science over its competitors? It is no use simply confronting them with science in its finished form. This would be to pull rank on them, appealing to the sheer being of science. Pull rank significa
Pasarse a caca, pasarse a caca.
no.
la palabra
Pull
autoridad.
rank. Pull rank is to use one's high position in a society, organization, group, etc. to order someone to do something or to get special treatment or privileges.
Eso es pasarse a caca, pues.
No, es pasar máquina, no es pasarse no pasar.
Pasar máquina a través de la autoridad de uno. O más bien el poder.
Entonces, that this would be to put rank on them, appealing to the sheer being of science. The rivals can do the same. Hegel's response is to treat untrue knowledge not as rivals to science, but as incipient versions of it. Here he exploits the ambiguity of erscheinen, which corresponds closely to that of appear, to seem in potential contrast with reality, to come to light, to begin to exist. The ideas and locutions opposed to science are only an empty appearance of knowing. That is, appear to science appear to be knowledge but are not really knowledge. When, by contrast, science comes on the scene, it is an appearance in the sense of something that puts in an appearance. The contrast here is not with reality but with the expansion of science, in its truth, between science on its first appearance and science when it works itself out and justifies itself. When Hegel suggests that untrue knowledge might be called its namely science is appearing, this is because untrue knowledge can be regarded as an incipient form of science, its first appearance.
Porque dentro del
Whether we
proceso,
regard
dentro del proceso de descubrir la verdad dentro de tu conciencia, estás haciendo ciencia.
Whether we regard untrue knowledge in this way or, alternatively, regard science as the appearance because it appears alongside a rival, the problem is the same. Science must shed this semblance, shine, a word that unequivocally implies a contrast to reality. If untrue knowledge is regarded as simply an alternative to science, then science might simply reject it. But this does not work, since untrue knowledge can do the same. If untrue knowledge is regarded as an incipient form of science, as its appearing, science might appeal to the better intimation in untrue knowledge, which is now called cognition, erkennen, albeit not genuine, Wahrhaftung, marking the fact that it is now regarded as an incipient form of science. It is harder to see why this alternative fails, especially since it resembles Hegel's own procedure in the phenomenology of spirit. But this appeals again to a being, not to a claim or a theory that simply happens to have been proposed. There is no guarantee that this theory is a fertile one, and that the development of it will yield significant fruit. Moreover, an earlier version of a theory may be better than its successor. It is, it is less clear why Hegel rejects an appeal to a form of itself that is explicitly characterized as inferior, etc. He may fear that such an appeal will encourage us to relapse into this inferior mode than to develop our theory further, that is, to advance to science as it is in and for itself. For Hegel has clearly shifted from the view that science is trying to establish its superiority over competitors to the view that science emerges from inferior versions of itself. It is this relegation of rivals of science to the status of incipient versions of science that licenses Hegel's enterprise, the presentation of knowledge as it appears. The shift is facilitated by the ambiguity of erscheinen. Competitors of science are appearances in the sense of illusions, contrasting with reality.
Déjalo.
Incipient forms of science are appearances in the sense of science on its first appearance, contrasting not with reality, but with science in its developed form, as it is in and for itself. Hegel's own procedure is not the procedure that he began criticizing. He does not first present science in its fully fledged form and then try to defend it against its rivals, either by arguing for it or against them, or by appealing to the ways in which they point in the direction of science. He rather exploits procedure 4, as he now interprets it, to justify his own different procedure. Since 4 appeals to intimations of science in other views, these other views are regarded as incipient versions of science. This appeal is illegitimate, but it shows us what we need to do. We should show how science emerges from more primitive modes of thought. 77.
Un segundo, voy con nuestra cerveza.
¿Ah? ¿Qué bueno?
¿Qué dijiste, Gustavo?
Vamos. Igual estaba rico. Ay, la ensalada que me dio al mundo estaba muy rica. Ya. 77.
Sí. This now, because it is as for its object only knowledge as it appears, this presentation itself seems not to be the free science, moving in its peculiar shape, its own peculiar shape. Rather, from this standpoint, it can be regarded as the path of the natural consciousness, pressing on to true knowledge, or as the way of the soul passing through the sequence of its configurations as stations prescribed for it by its own nature, so that it may purify itself to spirit, and, through the complete experience of itself, arrive at the awareness of what it is in itself.
Otra nota grande.
77 comentario de Inwood. Three types of knowledge are in play. Knowledge as it appears, Hegel's presentation of this knowledge, and science. Science, or at least logic, is free in the sense of self-determining, free of external, especially empirical constraints. Natural consciousness is not free in this sense. It is also confined at any given stage to a particular way of looking at things, to the exclusion of other ways. Science, by contrast, is not so one-sided, but incorporates and surveys all possible ways of looking at things. Knowledge as it appears, the knowledge that natural consciousness has, is therefore distinct from science. This does not entail that the presentation of knowledge as it appears is distinct from science.
Esto es lo mismo que decía hace como 5 veces anteriormente, de que cada sombra de la conciencia sí tiene su correspondencia con el espíritu absoluto. Como que cuando empiezas a cuestionarte la agua como corresponde, que no veas la pantalla completa no quiere decir que esto no sea correcto.
No creo que esté hablando de eso ahora, bueno.
Sí. El conocimiento como se aparece,
Ah, ya. Ella sí
distinto
creo que
de
ve
la
la conexión con lo que es.
es distinto de la ciencia, lo cual no quiere decir que la presentación del conocimiento sea distinto de lo que de verdad es correcto.
Ah. Sí.
Yeah, entonces the soul is here roughly equivalent to natural consciousness and carries no special metaphysical baggage. In Encyclopedia 3, the soul denotes our lower vital and psychological capacities, while spirit denotes our intellectual and rational capacities. In Encyclopedia 3, three phases of spirit are distinguished: subjective spirit, the individual mind; objective spirit, our collective social and political life; and absolute spirit, art, religion, and philosophy. This tripartite division.
Interrumpo de nuevo, siento que lo único que te está diciendo aquí es que eres capaz de entender a los demás de manera tanto racional como empática. Eso es la religión.
No sé, bueno. Yeah. This tripartite division does not explicitly occur in the phenomenology of spirit, where spirit generally covers the realms later assigned to objective and absolute spirit, and excludes the realm of subjective spirit, which insofar as it figures in the phenomenology of spirit, is reassigned to the soul. The soul is correspondingly more intellectual than it is in Encyclopedia 3, since it traverses various configurations, general ways of looking at things, before it becomes spirit and acquires complete self-knowledge. It remains unclear whether the journey of natural consciousness or the soul is a journey made by human beings over the course of history, a journey made by an individual over the course of its life, or a journey made by Hegel's readers. 78. Natural consciousness will prove to be only the concept of a knowledge, or knowledge that is not real. But natural consciousness immediately takes itself to be real knowledge, and so this path has a negative meaning for it, and it counts what is in fact the realization of the concept as the loss of its own self, for on this path it loses its truth. The path can therefore be regarded as the way of doubt, or more precisely as the way of despair. For what happens on this path is not what is usually understood by doubting, shaking some supposed truth or other, followed by a convenient disappearance of the doubt, and a return to that truth again, so that in the end the thing is taken as it was in the first place. On the contrary, this path is the conscious insight into the untruth of knowledge as it appears, for which the supreme reality is what is in truth only the unrealized concept. That is why this self-accomplishing skepticism is also not the ¿cómo se dice eso?
Accoutrement, no sé.
Accoutrement.
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 Acuartelamiento.
A soldier's outfit, usually not including clothes and weapons. An accessory item of clothing or equipment. An identifying and often superficial characteristic or device. Eso es. That is why this self-accomplishing skepticism is also not the accoutrement with which accoutrement with which the earnest zeal for truth and science fancies it has prepared and equipped itself in their service, with the resolution, namely, never in science to surrender upon authority to the thoughts of others, but to examine everything oneself and to follow one's own conviction, or better still, to produce everything oneself, and to regard only one's own deed as the truth. The series of configurations which consciousness goes through on this path is rather the detailed history of the education of consciousness itself to science. That resolution represents education as immediately over and done with, as past happening, in the simple manner of the resolution, but in contrast to this untruth, this path is the actual performance. To follow one's own conviction is admittedly one that more than subsuming to authority. But the conversion of a belief based on authority into a belief from personal conviction does not necessarily alter the content of the belief or replace error with truth. Involvement in a system of opinion, or in prejudice on the authority of others, and involvement in it from personal conviction differ only in respect to the vanity that goes with the latter policy. By contrast, the skepticism that is directed at the whole range of consciousness as it appears is what first gives spirit to the capacity to investigate what the truth is, for it gives rise to the despair in the so-called natural ideas, thoughts, and opinions, no matter whether they are called one's own or someone else's, whereas the consciousness that gets down to its investigation right away is still filled with and encumbered with them. But because of that, it is in fact incapable of the task it proposes to undertake.
Nota al párrafo 78. ¿Cuánto queda de la introducción?
89.
Hasta la 42. 89.
Quedan 4 páginas.
Que en verdad
Qué
son
paja,
como
weón.
8. Por ir leyendo los comentarios.
Claro. Estoy chato ya, weón.
Ya terminé, weón, quedan 3 páginas. Nota al 78.
No, weón, no quedan 8 páginas.
Weón, mandémonos la nota del traductor y la introducción de una en un video. Pues empezar de una con la fenomenología.
Oh, ya, pero que siga el Rodrigo.
Ya.
Ya.
Yo necesito descansar.
Estamos en la nota 78, ¿cierto? Ya. Comienzo. Nota del traductor. Nota de Inwood sobre el parágrafo 78. Natural consciousness is the concept of knowledge because it is only potential knowledge, not real or actual, that is, fully fledged knowledge. It is similar to untrue knowledge in paragraph 76, where unbar means untrue in the sense of not real, as well as incorrect. The concept in a seed or in a craftsman's mind still awaits realization. Analogously, knowledge develops from a mere concept into a real knowledge, science, and this requires the refutation and replacement of each stage of its growth by another higher stage, or as Hegel sees it, by the self-refutation of an earlier stage and its metamorphosis into a later stage.
Porque es la misma conciencia la cual se muestra a sí misma insatisfactoria.
Exacto. Y creo que en este parágrafo, de cierto modo, Hegel concede ciertas cosas al escepticismo. Como sin el escepticismo no habría este paso, no habría todo este proceso.
No habría movimiento, sí.
Pero las premisas que toma el escepticismo son demasiado...
Malas.
Sí. O quizás esa cuestión de one-sided. El modo en que lo pone es imposible lograr conocimiento. Entonces la duda que ponen ellos es imbatible, porque siempre se puede volver a colocar.
Porque
Porque
ya
al final...
no es cuestionarse la verdad, sino miedo a la verdad. Por lo cual es imposible hacerles ver la verdad.
Continúa. Hegel considers 3 approaches. 1. Ordinary doubt. Zweifel, where belief is eventually restored. This is not an issue, since science regards knowledge as it appears as untrue and does not propose to resurrect it. 2. The enlightenment, resolution to make up one's own mind and accept nothing on authority, that is, the consciousness that gets down to its investigation right away. Encyclopedia 1, paragraph 38. Remark. This makes little difference since it need no alter the content of one's opinions, and this will be the same as the untrue content of knowledge as it appears, unless the education of consciousness to science is complete. Only then can one find the truth on one's own. 3. The weight of doubt in the sense of despair, Verzweiflung, Verzweiflung,
Sí,
si es que no me falla el alemán,
Mhm.
in which the supposed truths of knowledge as it appears are unmasked as the unrealized concept, not the concept realized. It is a self-accomplishing skepticism, since in contrast to 2, the skeptical stance is not adopted by an individual external to the opinions under assessment, but by the opinions themselves, whose adherents come to see their intrinsic inadequacy. On skepticism, see also Encyclopedia 1, paragraph 39 remark, and paragraph 81 addition 2. Volvemos al
79.
texto.
Faltan dos páginas. Faltan dos páginas. No, tres. Tres, cuatro. Cuatro. Cuatro, cinco. Cinco. Cuatro páginas y un cachito más.
Como
Ya. 79.
Yeah. 79. The completeness of the forms of the consciousness that is not real will result from the necessity of the progression and interconnection itself. To make this comprehensible, we can in advance make the general remark that the presentation in its own truth of the consciousness that is not genuine,
Genuine,
Mhm.
sí, mejor.
Genuine. Yeah.
creo que está acercando pero no pude. That is not genuine. It's not a merely negative movement. This this is a one-sided view, such as the natural consciousness generally has of it, and a knowledge which makes this one-sidedness into its essence is one of the shapes of unfinished consciousness. It occurs in the course of the journey itself and will present itself there.
Aquí es cuando
To be
empiezo a hablar
precise,
de la negación determinada. De que,
¿cómo?
aquí es cuando empiezo a hablar de la negación determinada. De que podemos determinar un objeto en cuanto a las cosas que no es. Porque es una relación entre dos cosas y no otras. Y eso lo determina. Y eso también ocurre para la conciencia.
Mm, continúa. To be precise, this is the skepticism that only ever sees pure nothing in the result and abstracts from the fact that this nothing is determinately the nothing of that from which it results. But the genuine result is in fact only the nothing taken as the result of that from which it derives. And so the nothing is itself a determinate nothing and has a content. The skepticism that ends up with the abstract of nothing or with emptiness cannot go any further from there, but must wait to
Mándalo
see
una
whether
foto.
anything
Ah, eso.
new presents itself, and if so, what it is, in order to cast it
Espera, espera.
into the same empty abyss.
Espérenme 5 minutos. Que el gato que pensamos que estaba muerto, ahora pilló un anuncio en Instagram de que se busca porque está perdido.
Chucha.
Déjenme asomarme por la ventana a ver si sigue ahí.
Okay.
Ay, ya vuelvo. Ya vuelvo.
Mhm.
Ya bueno, ya avisamos y la van a venir a buscar. No hace falta que me suba de nuevo al árbol, sigamos.
Mira, dice, se perdió ayer.
Se perdió
Sí.
ayer. No, pobrecita.
Coincide con Coquimbo, debido al ruido exterior.
No, se asustó con todo el ruido que hacen trabajando aquí afuera. No, cosita. ¿Cómo se llama?
Aquí.
Aquí. Ya, ¿sigamos?
Sigamos. Me encanta que durante todo este stream logramos
El drama de un
dar
gato.
cierre
En el Instagram de Almendra hay un video mío subiéndome al árbol, si quieren verlo.
¿Dónde iba?
The skepticism that ends up with the abstraction of nothing.
Sí. The skepticism that ends up with the abstraction of nothing, or with emptiness, cannot go any further from there. But must wait to see whether anything new presents itself, and if so, what it is, in order to cast it into the same empty abyss. When, on the other hand, the result is conceived as it is in truth, as determinate negation, then a new form has thereby immediately arisen. And in the negation, the
Pregúntale si lo
transition is
necesitan,
made.
boy.
Es que la niña que me contactó, que es la loca que me compró la otra vez.
And in the negation, the transition is made by which they advance through the complete series of shapes issues of itself.
Espérate a que lleguen allá y si necesitan ayuda yo voy y lo bajo. Pero espérate a que lleguen. Ya sí, perdón, que estamos viendo que quizás es una señora quien viene a buscarlo y cuando vayan a buscarlo voy ya a subir más al árbol a sacar el gato.
Ahora está en un árbol.
Sí, está en un árbol. Está bien alto en el árbol.
Ok, bueno. Ahora el
Nota
comentario de
79.
79. Sí. Los comentarios son más largos que el párrafo.
No me molesta.
Ya. Comentario de Inwood. That the series of forms of consciousness is complete, that is, that no form of consciousness is omitted from Hegel's survey, is supposedly guaranteed as follows. Each form of consciousness is refuted or negated, but this results in a new form of consciousness. Each form of consciousness, except the first and the last, has one and only one immediate successor, and one and only one immediate predecessor. The forms are thus arranged like the natural numbers 1, 2, 3, blah blah blah, blah n, except that the series ends in absolute knowledge. In counting, one might, of course, omit a number, but this cannot happen in the case of forms of consciousness, since each form metamorphoses into its successor of its own accord. This not exclude the possibility of other forms of consciousness outside the series, or even of a whole series of forms related to each other in this way, but not so related to the forms that Hegel considers. Hegel needs other arguments if he is to exclude this possibility.
O sea, aquí lo que está poniendo en duda no es la evolución del espíritu, sino de que de cada momento del espíritu se siga necesariamente el siguiente. Eso es algo que Hegel tiene que demostrar todavía.
Hegel said in paragraph 78 that natural consciousness regards its fate as merely negative, when in fact it is positive too. Natural consciousness regards its opinions as true, when in fact they are untrue, and their refutation is a necessary step on the way to truth. But the fact that refutation or of error is necessary for the discovery of truth does not entail that the refutation of one error automatically generates that the next error to be refuted, or the truth itself. So now Hegel adds that the negation of a form of consciousness is positive in that it immediately results in a new form of consciousness not yet negated. To regard a refutation as only negative is one-sided, and every form of consciousness is one-sided in this way. But the knowledge which makes this one-sidedness its essence is the asceticism considered in paragraphs 200-226, which does not regard the upshot of its negation of one position as the emergence of a new position. Hegel's argument for the view that negation is or can be determinate is that negation is negation of something determinate and is therefore itself determinate.
Eso encuentro que es el pilar de la dialéctica. De esto se trata la dialéctica.
Sí, pues no negar porque sí, como sucedía en el escepticismo más fuerte o más radical. Sino que como
Es que cuando llegas a una no verdad, tu conciencia, el resto de tu conciencia sabe que eso no es cierto. Así que es una negación determinante.
This does not apply to standard negation. If we negate the determinate proposition God is yellow, we obtain the relatively indeterminate proposition God is not yellow, leaving a wide range of possibilities that God has some other color, that God is not colored, or that God does not exist. Our negation does not tell us how to choose among these possibilities. So far, however, we have considered negation simply as a logical operation without regard to our actual negatings or denials. We usually have a reason for our denials, and the reason often narrows the range of possible alternatives to the state of affairs denied. For example, God cannot be yellow because he is obviously white. Sí. Dios es blanco. Dios es blanco. No puede ser asiático. Or because God isn't the sort of thing that can have a color, or because God doesn't exist. Similarly, when a philosopher denies the truth of a doctrine, he usually advances some other doctrine in its place, which is determined by his reasons for rejecting the first doctrine. Even a resolute skeptic has a doctrine. Refusal to take a definite stance is a definite stance of refusal. However, even if negation is determinate in this sense, it still does not secure the necessity of the progression. A proposition or a doctrine can be denied for a variety of reasons to establish not only that each form of consciousness necessarily has one and only one immediate successor, but also that it could not possibly have a different immediate successor. Hegel will need to show that there can be only one reason for negating it. Voy a prender la luz.
Hasta el momento la discusión va en eso, no en que la conciencia evolucione, sino de que porque tenemos que creerle a Hegel de que después de cada sombra en la conciencia sí es la sombra que tú dices y no otra. Ya rescataron a la gatita, por cierto. Puede ver todo este drama en el Instagram del almendro. Que ya rescataron a la gatita y pueden ver todos los videos y todo este drama en las historias del Instagram del almendro.
¿Y cuál es el Instagram del almendro?
Baby Wiña.
¿Cómo?
Baby Wiña.
¿No la seguís? Tenés que seguirla.
Baby Wiña. Baby.
Hace bonito.
¿Y cómo escribo Wiña?
Te va a gustar. ¿Gina? ¿Baby Gina? ¿Es en Instagram? Baby Gina.
¿Separado?
No,
O
todos
juntos.
juntos. Baby Gina.
Baby Gina.
Con E. B, E y latina Baby Gina.
Ah. Ya lo encontré.
Está el video de yo
Wow,
subiendo
hartos,
al árbol.
hartos seguidores.
No está el video de yo, del gato siendo rescatado todavía.
Pero es que si estoy subiendo ahora.
Ah, ya lo estoy subiendo
Están
ahora.
vivos tacos de-
¿Están vivos tacos? Sí.
Me impresiona tu habilidad para escalar ese árbol tan
Sí,
flaco.
Soy mono.
Ya. Ahora estamos en 80, ¿cierto?
Sí.
Sí. ¿Comienza?
Sí, comienzo. Y encuentro que esto es muy aclarador también para la empresa hegeliana, como durante todo este tiempo nuestro criterio ha sido el de la verdad y la conciencia no se va a detener hasta que se sienta satisfecha.
Sí. Yeah, paragraph 80. But the goal is fixed for knowledge just as necessarily as the concept and as the sequence of the advance. It is situated where knowledge no longer needs to go beyond itself, where knowledge finds itself and the concept corresponds to the object and the object to the concept. So the advance towards this goal is also relentless, and no satisfaction is to be found at any earlier station. Whatever is limited to a natural life cannot of its own accord go beyond its immediate being there. But it is driven by beyond it by something else. And this uprootedness it is death. But consciousness is for itself its own concept, thereby immediately the advance beyond what is limited, and since what is thus limited belongs to it, beyond itself. Together with the singular, the beyond is also posited for consciousness, even if alongside the limited, as in spatial intuition. Thus consciousness suffers this violence as it owns at its own hands. It spoils its own limited satisfaction. On feeling this violence, anxiety may well draw back before the truth and strive to maintain what it is in danger of losing. But this anxiety can find no rest unless it wishes to remain in thoughtless indolence. Thought spoils thoughtlessness, and its restlessness disturbs indolence, or unless it entrenches itself as sentimentality, which claims to find everything good of its kind. This claim likewise suffers violence at the hands of reasons, which find something not good precisely insofar as it is a kind. Or fear of truth may hide from itself and others behind the illusion that its burning zeal for truth is precisely what makes it so difficult, even impossible, for it to find any other truth but the sole truth of vanity, that one is always even cleverer than any thoughts one draws out of oneself or from others. This vanity, which understands how to vaporize any truth, understands how to return from it into itself, and revels in its own understanding, which knows how to dissolve every thought and to find the barren I instead of any content. Is a gratification which must be left to itself, for it flees from the universal and seeks only being for itself. Nota de 80. Sartre wrote, "The waiter in the cafe cannot be immediately a cafe waiter in the sense that this inkwell is an inkwell, or the glass is a glass." But in paragraph 2, Hegel compares the succession of philosophies to the growth of a plant, which is quite different from a glass or an inkwell. So it is not clear why, here, a natural entity cannot go beyond its immediate being there. Perhaps it is because a sapling cannot look ahead to what lies beyond its current stage of growth, or because an acorn cannot become a big
No sé qué
fish.
deja buscar. Ah, ya. Un árbol grande.
Like an acorn, consciousness is for itself its own concept. Consciousness always has an object, the singular, them Einzelnen. Consciousness itself is not singular in this sense, but universal. It is not essentially restricted to any given object, but can have any one of a range of objects. At any given stage, it has a definite object, something limited, which fulfills the concept only inadequately. Siento que estoy diciendo mal.
Inadequately, no sé. Pero importante esto que dice.
Since consciousness is not intrinsically limited.
La forma en que estoy
Consciousness
viendo
is
la web está mal, porque la conciencia no es el error.
un perrito o un gato atrás del Pancho.
No alcanzo a ver.
Perrito.
Estamos en la cuestión del limitado, ¿cierto?
Consciousness is not blinker, exclusively focused.
On its current object, it glimpses what lies beyond, if only beyond, in space. Its concept impels it beyond its current object. Its goal is the stage where concept and object correspond to each other, and where therefore consciousness need not go beyond its object, beyond itself, because the object as well as consciousness is unlimited. This suggests that the goal is Hegel's own standpoint, from which the whole series of earlier stages can be survived. Both the forms of consciousness and their limited objects which collectively are no longer limited but cover the whole range of possible objects. But the goal also seems to include logic, in which the mind confronts the logical structure that is the core of the mind itself, so that there is no longer any disparity between the mind concept and its object. There are two sophisticated ways of avoiding the conceptually driven advance of consciousness. One is to find everything good of its kind, and so to opt for one form of consciousness and stick with it. For reference, Encyclopedia 1, paragraph 13, on the problem of choosing a philosophy. But to be of one kind among others, that is limited, is itself a defect. The other way is to remain mainly proudly but emptily aloof from all form of consciousness, as does the romantic ironist, who surveys everything, raises himself infinitely above everything conditioned, even above one's own art, virtue, or genius. Schlegel.
Ese es como el Hegel caracol.
$81. After these preliminary general comments about the manner and necessity of the progression, it may be similarly useful to add a remark about the method of carrying it out. This exposition is presented as a response of science to knowledge as it appears, and as investigation and examination of the reality of cognition. And so it seems as if it cannot take place without some presupposition which is adopted as a standard underlying it. For an examination consists in the application of an accepted standard, and the decision whether what is being examined is correct or incorrect depends on the resulting agreement or disagreement of it with the standard. And the standard in general, and science too, if that happens to be the standard, is thereby accepted as the essence or as the in itself. But here, where science first comes on the scene, neither science itself nor anything else has justified itself as the essence or as the in itself, and without something of the sort of it seems that no examination can take
O
place.
sea, aquí está diciendo de que la ciencia, o sea, la verdad, cuando la conciencia comienza a examinarse a sí misma, ni siquiera la verdad en sí misma puede presuponerla como verdad porque está en blanco.
Sí, sí, sí. ¿Cómo era eso de la... ¿Dónde explica lo de la ciencia cuando entraba en la escena?
Lee la nota 81 nomás, a ver qué dice sobre eso.
Ya, nota 81. Knowledge as it appears is correct if and only if it conforms to the essence or the in itself. The essence or in itself is science itself. Hegel here tends to assume that the essence or in itself is also the standard, yardstick or criterion. No sé cómo se pronuncia esa de extra. Mustaf.
Creo que el Pancho, tío, en verdad no tenía.
Estamos en la nota 81, al lado de criterion.
Must-up. Es una doble S, ¿cierto? Pero aquí una triple S, así que no sé cómo se vio. Pancho,
¿Mm?
¿cómo se dice must-up?
¿Dónde?
En la nota
La nota
81.
81.
Must-up. ¿Así debe ser?
¿Must-up?
Must-up. Must-up.
Must-up.
Creo, no sé.
Voy a tomarme en serio el curso de Duolingo.
Criterion, whose application to knowledge as it appears will enable us to tell whether it is correct. This assumption is mistaken, or criterion for diagnosing misless is not the essence of the disease itself, and Hegel later retracts or at least qualifies it.
Hoy me acordé
The
de cuando en Rocky Horror Picture Show el doctor dice: voy a curar la enfermedad, pero no los síntomas. Y se va.
The problem is that any such standard will be a presupposition, a Voraussetzung, something posited in advance, voraus, and not as yet justified. Science itself is available to us, or at least to Hegel, independently of its appearances, but it cannot yet justify its claim to be the essence rather than simply another appearance. Hence it cannot be used, without question begging, as a standard for assessing knowledge as it appears, nor can it certify any other standard we might adopt.
Ya está en el Instagram el video de la señora subiéndose con una escalera larga, por si acaso.
Excelente, lo veré después. 82. Hegel. ¿O tienes algo que decir respecto a la nota?
¿No? ¿Sigamos?
Bueno, continúo. Estamos en
Página 39. Párrafo
82.
Párrafo 82.
This contradiction and its removal will emerge more determinately if we first recall the abstract determinations of knowledge and of truth as they occur in consciousness. To be precise, consciousness distinguishes from itself something to which it at the same time relates itself, or, as the expression goes, there is something for consciousness, and this determinate aspect, the relating or the being of something for a consciousness, is knowing. But from this being for another we distinguish being in itself. What is related to knowing is also distinguished from knowing, and posited as being outside this relation as well. This aspect, the in itself, is called truth. What is really involved in this determination is of no further concern to us here, for as our object is knowledge as it appears, so too its determinations are initially taken up as they immediately present themselves, and they present themselves very much as we have conceived them. Seguimos con la voz kantiana.
Nota del párrafo 82.
La nota. Consciousness is both distinct from and related. It relates itself to its object. Consciousness also, the active verbs seem to imply, regards itself as distinct from and related to the object. This relating is knowing. Weisen, a word cognate with Bewusstsein, consciousness. But we also believe that the object exists outside its relation to consciousness, as the in it itself. And this is truth, what the object really is independently of its relation to consciousness. We refers not only to Hegel and his readers, but to natural consciousness itself. The final sentence indicates that consciousness itself conceives its object in this way. It has a twofold conception of the object, as it is for consciousness and as it is in itself. This may well differ. Consciousness itself cannot be aware of any particular discrepancy, but it is aware of the possibility of a discrepancy. O sea, el nómeno y el fenómeno.
Porque uno, desde que es conciencia natural, es Dios y desconfía.
If we now investigate the truth of knowledge, then it seems that we are investigating that what knowledge is in itself. Yet in this investigation, knowledge is our object. It is for us, and the in it itself of knowledge that emerged from the inquiry will thus be rather its being for us. What we claim to be its essence will not be its truth, but only our knowledge of it. The essence or standard will lie within ourselves, and that which is supposed to be compared with it and about which a decision should be taken in light of this comparison will not necessarily have to recognize the standard.
Nota 83.
Notita 83. The model outlined in paragraph 82 is now applied to our investigation of knowledge itself. Knowledge has a view of its object that may not accord with the object in itself, the truth. We, now Hegel and his readers, we have a view of knowledge that may not accord with knowledge in itself, with the truth of knowledge. But Hegel seems to use the word truth equivocally. The object of knowledge say, atoms, is not usually true or false in the way that knowledge or belief or beliefs are. What knowledge aims for is not the truth or falsity of atoms, but the truth about atoms, what atoms really are. Hegel, by contrast, wants to investigate not only the truth about knowledge, but the truth of knowledge, whether it is true or false. The truth or falsity of knowledge is a part of the truth about knowledge, but not the whole of the truth about it, nor is it obviously the essence of the knowledge. The standard and the essence or in itself here diverge. The essence or in itself is up for the truth about knowledge. A standard is appropriate for the assessment of the truth of knowledge. As in the case of first order consciousness and its object, there may be a discrepancy between second order knowledge and its object, first order knowledge. But what worries Hegel is not that we might misconceive the truth about knowledge, but that we might wrongly assess the truth of knowledge, or at least be unable to justify our assessment in the face of knowledge's own assessment. We have our own standard of assessment, and knowledge may reject it.
Ya falta poco, ánimo.
84. Hegel, 84. Paragraph 84. But the nature of the object we are investigating avoids this separation or this semblance of separation and presupposition. Consciousness provides its standard within itself, and the investigation will therefore be a comparison of consciousness with itself, for the distinction that has just been made false within it. In consciousness, there's there is one thing for another, or consciousness in general has in it the determinacy of the moment of knowledge. At the same time, this other is to consciousness not merely for it. This other is to consciousness not merely for it. What
Pausa. Que encuentro que aquí es cuando es un poquito revelador de que el momento de verdad para Hegel es un momento de sensación de verdad. Y eso es lo que la conciencia se mueve buscando.
sensación de verdad.
Sí. Puede que esté cagando súper fuera el tiesto, pero eso es lo que he interpretado al menos.
Con una sensación de satisfacción, algo así.
Porque hay veces en que sí, por la misma conciencia se siente satisfecha en cuanto a lo que determina como verdad y esa sensación es lo que ocupa para evaluarse a sí mismo.
Verdad. Sí, porque sí tiene sentido hablar así, porque también hace unos párrafos hablaba de ansiedad también.
Encuentro que esto es toda una interpretación súper corporalizada de la conciencia y por eso tiene sentido.
Partiendo de in consciousness, there is one thing for another. Or consciousness in general has in it the determinacy of the moment of knowledge. At the same time, this other is to consciousness not merely for it, but also outside this relation or in itself, the moment of truth. Thus, in what consciousness declares within itself to be the in it itself or the true, we have the standard that consciousness itself sets up by which to measure its knowledge. If we call knowledge the concept, and call the essence or the true, on the other hand, that which is or the object, then the examination consists in seeing whether the concept corresponds to the object. But if we call the essence or the in itself of the object the concept, and conversely understand by the object as object, that is, as it is for an other, then the examination consists in seeing whether the object corresponds to its concept. It is easy to see that these amount to the same thing, but the essential point to bear in mind throughout the whole investigation is that both these moments, concept and object, being for another and being in itself, themselves fall within the knowledge we are investigating, and consequently, we do not need to import standards and to apply our notions and thoughts in the investigation. It is by leaving this aside that we succeed in considering the thing as it is in and for itself.
Nota 84.
Yeah.
Falta poco, falta una página más.
La nota de 84 de Inwood. The separation is between the object itself and the standard in the investigator. The presupposition is the investigator's standard. Both are a semblance, shine, because they can be avoided. Consciousness has two conceptions of its object. First, as it is for consciousness, and secondly, as it is in itself. There are two contrasting pairs of terms. First, knowledge contrasts with the essence or the true. Secondly, the essence or in itself of the object contrasts with the object as object. That is, the object as it is for another, for consciousness. There is little difference between the questions 1. Does knowledge correspond to the essence of, or the true? And 2. Does the object, as it is for consciousness, corresponds to the essence or the in itself to the object of the object? They both amount to 3. Thus, knowledge corresponds to the object as it really is. In each of the contrasting pairs, Hegel regards one term as the concept and the other as the object. In the first pair, knowledge is the concept, while the essence is the object in itself, or that which is. In the second pair, the order is reversed. The object as object is the object, while its essence or in itself is the concept. So questions 1 and 2 can be rephrased respectively as 1a, does the concept correspond to the object, and 2a, does the object correspond to its concept? These look much like the same question, apart from the direction of fit.
Aquí es como, es cuando te está haciendo ver que es un sinsentido la pregunta sobre si la mente se corresponde al objeto o el objeto se corresponde a la mente. Da lo mismo.
Parece ser así. Continúo. But Hegel's superimposition of the object concept model on 1 and 2 is not pointless and innocuous. 1a seems to ask whether a concept fits its object in something like the corresponding sense of truth, but this is not all, or even primarily what Hegel means in calling knowledge the concept. In paragraph 78, natural consciousness is said to be the concept of knowledge. Only potential knowledge, the concept of knowledge in the sense in which an acorn is only the concept of an oak. In paragraph 80, consciousness is said to be for itself its own concept, which there goes beyond its limited object in order to find an object that is adequate to itself. It is initially tempting to take 1 and 1a as implying knowledge is the concept of an object. And the question is whether this concept corresponds to O1 as O1 really is. But according to paragraph 78, such knowledge is only the concept of knowledge. In order to realize itself as fully fledged knowledge, it needs not only to find out what O1 is really like, but to move on to the next stage, where its object is O2. And according to paragraphs 78 and 80, to continue the process until it eventually acquires an object that is no longer limited but universal and adequate to itself. Each successive object is, like all such objects, limited, but also has an intrinsic defect that can be resolved only by advancing to the next object in the sequence. It is still unclear what standard consciousness uses to detect this defect. ¿Nada que decir?
Queda poco.
Quedan
2 páginas.
menos 2 páginas. 85. So an iteration by us becomes superfluous in this respect, that concept and object, the standard and what is to be assessed, are present in consciousness itself. But not only that, we are also spared the trouble of comparing the two and really assessing them, so that as consciousness assesses itself, all that remains for us in this respect too is simply to look on. For consciousness is on the one hand consciousness of the object, on the other hand consciousness of itself, consciousness of what to it is the true. and consciousness of its knowledge of the true. Since both are for consciousness, consciousness itself is their comparison. It becomes a matter for consciousness whether its knowledge of the object corresponds to the object or not. The object admittedly seems to be for consciousness only as consciousness
¡Eh,
knows
un
it.
suscriptor!
Yeah.
Nice.
Consciousness seems unable, as it were, to get behind the scenes to see the object not as it is for consciousness, but as it is in itself, and so unable to assess its knowledge by it. However, the very fact that consciousness knows of an object that already involves this distinction to consciousness something is the in itself, while another moment is the knowledge or the being of the object for consciousness.
Está bueno.
This differentiation is at hand, and the assessment rests upon it. If in this comparison the two do not correspond, then it seems that consciousness must alter its knowledge to make it conform to the object. But in the alteration of the knowledge, the object itself alters for it too, for the existing knowledge was essentially a knowledge of the object. Along with the knowledge of the object too becomes another, for it essentially belongs to this knowledge. Hence consciousness finds that what it previously took to be the in itself is not in itself, or that it was in itself only for
Aquí un
consciousness.
segundo. El libro de la masa se dedica a distinguir súper bien sobre lo que la conciencia piensa sobre el objeto mismo y lo que la conciencia percibe sobre el objeto. Que es que cuando tú tienes una idea mental sobre el objeto y la idea no se adecua al objeto, entonces ocurre un cambio en la esencia de la que tú entiendes como objeto.
Ujú.
Y esa es la esencia de la dialéctica. No solo un cambio en tu adecuación, sino en tu cambio en el referente. Como descubriste nuevas formas de medir el objeto en sí mismo cambió en tu conciencia también. Entonces la representación que tienes del objeto y el objeto mismo en tu conciencia se mueve y tenés que adecuarlo. Eso es la dialéctica.
Mm. Ujú. Sí, tiene sentido. Ay, ¿dónde iba? Hence, consciousness finds that what it previously took to be the in itself is not in itself, or that it was in itself only for consciousness, since consciousness thus finds it in its object, that is, knowledge as is at odds with the object itself does not hold out either, or the standard of the assessment alters when that of which it was supposed to be the standard fails the test, and the assessment is not only an assessment of the knowledge, but also of the standard of the assessment.
No.
Ya,
Explíquemelo esto mejor, por favor, Ingrid. Dime. Agradezco tus notas.
estaba leyendo Hegel, ¿cierto?
Sí, ahora pasó un 85 de Ingrid.
Sí, con razón, se repetía tanto consciousness. Como que me perdí en un momento, pensé que estábamos leyendo Inwood. Y dije, ¿por qué de la nada Inwood empezó a escribir tan mal? 85. What is to be assessed is the object as it is for knowledge or consciousness. The concept that is the standard is not knowledge, but the essence or in itself as of the object. That is, the object as it is in itself. So Hegel is here relying on questions 2 and 2a implicit in 84. but 2 sentences on he gives a different account. Here he seems to have in mind questions 1 and 1a. What are to be compared now are the object and consciousness itself, which are equated respectively with that to its the true, and its knowledge of the true. If object and what to it is the true refer to the object as it is for knowledge, then the comparison is futile, since knowledge and the object as it is for knowledge are made to measure. So the object must be the object in itself, and knowledge of the true must be knowledge of this object as it is for consciousness. Then the result of the comparison is not a foregone conclusion. The object items may correspond to each other or they may not. But now Hegel notes that the object as it is in itself is not accessible to us. We cannot get behind the scenes. In response, he insists that consciousness draws a distinction between the object as it is in itself and as it is and as it is for consciousness. This is so, but it is hard to see how a significant comparison between them can be made if, as Hegel admits, consciousness cannot get behind the scenes. The mistake is too obvious to be attributed without more ado to Hegel himself, so another interpretation might be this. The object is for consciousness in two distinct ways. First, it has a conception of the object as it is known. Secondly, it has a conception of the object as it is in itself, independently of its being known. This second conception is now a determinate, not empty. Suppose that consciousness believes that things in themselves consist of atoms too small to be perceived individually. Things, as they are known by us, are quite different. They are perceptible, color, smelly, noisy, etc., in a way in which, as consciousness hears view it, they cannot be in themselves. So consciousness has two, as it were, objects before it and can compare them. The result of the comparison is that the two objects differ. But so what? Why should we suppose that the way things present themselves to us is exactly the way they are in themselves? No doubt atomists need to explain, or at least leave open the possibility of explaining how things can appear so different to us than they are in themselves, and also how, given that this is so, we can nevertheless know or have good reason to believe that atomism is true.
Y esta es una pregunta abierta a todo el cientificismo sobre por qué sus teorías lucen tan distintas a la conciencia natural. Como ya, tenéis todo este sistema sobre cómo la cosa funciona, pero por qué es tan distinto a cómo se me presenta a mí en la conciencia.
Ujú. Toda esta conversación, o más bien similar, con el Diego, sobre cómo una vez ya cuando la ciencia cognitiva ha avanzado tanto, y sobre todo la neurociencia, que ahora cuando se habla como de atención o cuando se habla de memoria o cosas así, en ciencia cognitiva ya mucho más especializada, por ejemplo, en el ejemplo de atención, ya no, es como, ya está, más o menos está claro para nosotros que, o al menos en ciencia cognitiva, que el concepto de atención no está bien definido, o no, ya nadie sabe qué significa atención. Pero en la psicología del sentido común, uno sí tiene más o menos claro para dónde va a lo que se refiere uno cuando dice toma atención, ¿cachai? Pero cómo medir eso o cómo investigarlo en ciencia cognitiva no está claro, o al menos el concepto, pero se sigue investigando. Y eso es como esta cuestión de que partimos con esta psicología de sentido común, pero a la medida que avanzamos en la investigación, ya no estamos en el mismo plano, pues. Abandonamos como la ontología mental que empezamos, ya no es la misma. es completamente distinto.
¿Cómo puedes
Pero ¿por qué
evitar
pasó eso?
cómo puedes evitar hacerte una petición de principio a ti mismo?
Mm. Estamos en lo de el atomismo. If it turned out that if atomism were true, then we could not know it to be true, or that if atomism were true, then objects would not appear to us as they do, then atomism would have to be abandoned. This suggests that Hegel can appeal to an ambiguity in Bayesian and knowledge. They may signify what is known, or alternatively the knowing of it. Compare the knowledge I have will convict knowledge I have will convict him with it happened without my knowledge. Our way of knowing may be at odds with our conception of the object. When Hegel speaks of testing our knowledge, he may have in mind not testing what we claim to know, but testing our claim to know it, and thus generating arguments of the form if P, then I we cannot know that P. This appears most conspicuously in his account of sensory certainty, paragraphs 90 to 110. Sensory certainty has a determinate view of how objects are in themselves. They are individual, it therefore attempts to pick them out as sheer immediately knowable individuals, with no universal intermediary. It cannot do this, however. The terms it employs, this, here, now, etc., to pick out the supposed individuals turn out to be universal terms, and for this reason, unable to pick out an individual. It also becomes clear from this case that both sides of the equation must be abandoned. Immediately knowable individuals along with the immediate knowing of them. The standard changes along with the knowing. Ujú. Es como
Párrafo
la
86.
noción de paradigma.
Sí, tal cual.
86. This dialectical movement, which consciousness exercises on itself, on its knowledge, as well as on its object, insofar as the new, true object emerges from it, for consciousness is really what is called experience. In this connection, there is a moment in the process just mentioned which needs to be brought out more clearly, and this will shed a new light on the scientific aspect of the following presentation.
Pausa.
Consciousness knows something.
Perdón.
¿Mm?
En el libro de la masa que te decía, creo que hace una definición de experiencia para Hegel que es muy esclarecedora. Y sí, era eso. Como
Ah, ya.
la web es que está bien definido y es bien esclarecedor.
Va a haber que ver ese libro. Consciousness knows something. Something. This object is the essence of, or the in itself, but it is also the in itself for consciousness. With this, the ambiguity of this truth comes in. We see that consciousness now has two objects. One is the first in itself, the second is the being for consciousness of this in itself.
Eso es importantísimo. ¿Alcancé a hacer el tiro de la extensión?
¿Mm?
¿Entendí al tiro de qué está hablando? ¿Te así la imagen mental? Onda,
Uno sería como el nómeno y el otro sería
No, no.
self, ¿no?
No, es que hay como una distinción entre entre el nómeno, la esencia a la que claramente no podemos acceder, y la esencia que tengo como referente mi conciencia. ¿Cómo expresarlo?
Ujú.
Eh,
No sería la cosa en sí misma,
claro, es que
la primera,
eh,
¿o no?
tú miráis un árbol y estáis todo el tiempo comparándolo con un árbol al que le asumís cierta realidad. ¿Cachai?
Ya.
Y tu objeto se está intentando acomodar tu conciencia intenta acomodarse a ese objeto en tu conciencia. y empieza a fallar porque intenta acomodarse y qué sé yo. La weá es que el referente último siempre es el objeto tal,
Ya.
porque tienes la esencia de algún modo en tu conciencia, que tú piensas que no puedes acceder a ella, pero no sabemos, pero de algún modo es la weá con la que estáis comparando tu conciencia todo el rato. Por algo la weá se adecua, por algo puedes saber que no es satisfactoria y la continúas adecuando.
Mm. No sería el objeto que estoy viendo, el in itself, pero también hago la distinción de que ese objeto se me presenta a mi conciencia. Entonces, ¿está haciendo para mi conciencia? ¿Algo
Es la
así sería?
esencia del objeto en mi conciencia.
Ya, ok. The latter seems initially to be only the reflection of consciousness into itself, a representing not of an object, but only of its knowledge of that first object. But as we have shown above, consciousness thereby has its first object altered. The object ceases to be the in itself and becomes to consciousness an object that it is the in itself for only for consciousness. And so this, the being for consciousness of this in itself, is then the true, which means, however, that this is the essence or the object of consciousness. This new object contains the nullity of the first. It is what experience has made of it. Ya, es como, yo lo voy a adaptar como lenguaje de
Por
ciencia
favor,
cognitiva.
hazlo,
Es
hazlo.
como este objeto, yo tengo una representación de objeto y lo convierto en una especie, lo convierto en un concepto. Y ahora lo que es real, o más bien lo que es verdadero, para mí es el concepto que tengo en mi mente, no el objeto. Y por algún motivo me deshago del objeto, lo niego, como lo pone al final.
Pero,
Eso estaría pasando.
pero empieza a existir un movimiento de adecuación del concepto al objeto.
Ujú. Bueno, el
Se te cortó.
el que haga esa decisión implica.
Calma, se te cortó. Ahora vuelvo a hablar. ¿Aló?
Mm,
Ahora sí. Se te
ahora
había
sí,
cortado, sí.
sí, sí tengo el. Ah, no, ahora está la barrita de Discord en verde.
Ahora está
Perfecto.
bien.
Sí, entonces el que haga esa decisión o el que haga ese movimiento implica que algo ha cambiado, po. Ahora sí,
Ujú,
seguimos.
sí.
86.
¿No pasamos a
Ya.
87?
Ujú. Ahora en la nota de
Ah,
86.
no,
This is the
87.
first occurrence of the word dialectical in the phenomenology of spirit, outside the preface. As in the preface, dialectic is associated with movement. The word originated from the Greek for discussion or dialogue, and in Plato's early works, dialectic essentially involves a dialogue between two or more persons. However, in Plato's later works, interpersonal dialogue becomes more perfunctory and inessential. Hegelian dialectic does not involve interpersonal dialogue, in particular not a dialogue between Hegel and the shape of consciousness under consideration. If any dialogue is involved, it is a dialogue between a shape of consciousness and itself. As Hegel implies, his main point here is not new, but a clarification of what he has said earlier. Consciousness has two objects, the in itself and the being for consciousness of this in itself. That is, its own knowledge of the in itself. If this second object is taken simply as the reflection of consciousness into itself, then it does not represent an object, but only its knowledge of the first object. Suppose, for example, that the first object is a world of immediately apprehended sensory individuals. Then the second object will be my knowledge of what I know about a world of immediately apprehended sensory individuals. No correction, no advance can be made because there is no tension between the first and the second object. They fit together like a hand and a glove. The tension arises if I realize that my knowledge, my knowing of such individuals is conducted in universal terms and therefore conflicts with my original conception of the first object and of the way in which can be known.
No hay pa-
Then the second object, my knowing, can take, take its place as the in itself, that is, as the first or primary object of the next shape of consciousness. Whether it is fit for this purpose is a distinct question, but at least it is different from the first object. My knowing of X is different from X in a way that my knowledge of X, in the sense of what I know about X, is not different from X.
Eso no lo entendí, pero sigamos.
En la última frase,
Sí.
my knowledge of X is different from X in a way that my knowledge of X, in the sense of what I know about X, is not different from X. Tampoco. Bueno,
Pero nos queda una página y terminamos esto luego.
ya. 87. In this presentation of the course of experience, there is a moment in virtue of which it does not seem to agree with what is ordinarily understood by experience. That is, the transition from the first object and the knowledge of it to the other object, with which, as they say, the experience has been had, was specified to the effect that the knowledge of the first object, or the for consciousness of the first itself, is itself supposed to become the second object. By contrast, it seems that we gain the experience of the untruth of our first concept with another object which we come across by chance and externally, so that all only the pure apprehension of what it is in and for itself falls to us. In the above view, however, the new object shows itself to have come about through a reversal of consciousness itself. This view of the thing is our contribution, in virtue of which the sequence of consciousness experiences is raised to a scientific progression, and which is not for the consciousness that we are considering. But in fact, this is the same circumstance as the one discussed above in connection with the relationship of our presentation to asceticism, namely that in each case the result emerging in an untruthful sort of knowledge should not be left to dwindle, dwindle,
Dwindle.
dwindle into an empty nothing, but must necessarily be conceived as the nothing of that of which is the result, a result which contains whatever truth the preceding knowledge has in it. This presents itself here like this, since what first appears as the object sinks to consciousness knowledge of it, and the in itself becomes a being for consciousness of the in itself. This is the new object, bringing on a new shape of consciousness too, for which the essence is something different from that of the preceding shape. It is this circumstance that guides the whole sequence of the shapes of consciousness in their necessity. But it is this necessity itself, or the emergence of the new object, that presents itself to consciousness without its knowing what is happening to it, that for us, as it were, goes on behind the back of consciousness.
Pausa.
Thus come into the movement of consciousness a moment of being in itself or being for us,
Pausa.
that does not present itself for the consciousness that is comprehended in the experience itself, but the content of what we see emerge is for consciousness, and we comprehend only its former aspect, or its pure emergence. For consciousness, what has thus emerged is only as object. For us, is at the same time movement and becoming.
Pausa ahora
Disculpa
sí.
que te
Sí,
haya
pero
seguido.
es que no estás en control sobre lo que la conciencia percibe. La conciencia no elige cómo se siente, simplemente se mueve. Y por eso evoluciona la conciencia.
Ujú.
Eh, ¿Cómo va a evolucionar la conciencia? Eh, es por eso es que Hegel lo describe esto como una ciencia, porque él ya sabe de antemano cuál es el camino que va a recorrer. Pero la conciencia no está en control de cómo reacciona frente a nuevos elementos que ella percibe.
Ujú.
Y que es tan obvio como que nosotros no estamos en control de nuestras emociones cuando nos vemos frente a una situación extrema. Bien, eso, párrafo 87. Faltan dos párrafos.
Ya, 87. El comentario de Inwood. On the usual view of experience, eh, see paragraph 79, on traditional skepticism, we discover the falsity of our belief or theory by encountering a different state of affairs with no intrinsic connection with the belief or theory that it falsifies. Nothing is left to consciousness but the pure apprehension of its new object. When, for example, my conviction that all swans are white is falsified by the black swan when I happen to see, I do nothing except apprehend the black swan and realize that it falsifies my previous belief. On Hegel's account, by contrast, the new object is simply our knowledge of the first object. Hegel is mistaken in suggesting that the correctness of his conception is guaranteed by the fact that the falsification and abandonment of a belief is a result of the belief itself. After all, my belief that not all swans are white is at least in part the result of my prior belief that all swans are white. But the result of the falsification may leave me with no definite view of the colors that swans might have. I know
Debo
that
terminar este
some are
párrafo.
white and some are black. Hmm?
No, no, sigue, sigue.
But for all I know, there may be others that are green, red, and so on. The most that Hegel is entitled to claim is that the result of a falsified belief is itself a definite belief in cases where the falsification stems from a mismatch between my belief and my knowing. Here, for the first time, Hegel draws the important distinction between what is known by us, Hegel and his readers, and what is known by the shape of consciousness under consideration at any given stage. And any given shape of consciousness is aware of its object and of its way of knowing its object. It also becomes aware of the tension between its object and its way of knowing the object, and of the consequent collapse of its object, but is not aware of the transformation of its object, or rather of its way of knowing this object into a new object. Equally, the new shape of consciousness that emerges from it is not aware of the manner of its emergence or of the fact that its object has emerged from its predecessor's way of knowing. The knowledge of each shape of consciousness is confined to itself and does not extend to the movement from one shape to another or to the engine that drives this movement. This limitation of each shape of consciousness is not based on empirical observation but on Hegel's stipulative restriction of the intellectual resources of each shape of consciousness. This is essential if there are to be distinct shapes of consciousness at all. If each shape knew everything that Hegel knows, then it would not be distinct from its successors, since it would know its successor's object as well as its own. It would have to be in possession of much, if not all, of Hegel's philosophical equipment and therefore be close to the end of to the end of the phenomenology of a spirit right at the beginning. The necessity of the sequence of shapes is stronger than deductive necessity in that any given shape is n can be immediately followed only by a particular successor Sn plus 1, and by no other, where as a proposition entails any of infinitely many propositions, none of which has priority over the others. It is more like the necessity of the sequence of natural numbers, where if we begin with 1 and repeatedly apply the operation plus 1, each term in the series is guaranteed to have a specific immediate successor. This does not guarantee the necessity of any temporal or historical sequence. An individual or group that is currently at the stage of, say, sensory certainty may well remain at this stage or pass on to a different shape than perception, owing to weariness, intellectual deficiency, or whatever, just as someone may miscount or stop counting altogether. Okay.
88. Este es el párrafo más corto que he leído hasta ahora.
In virtue of this necessity, the path to science is itself already science, and hence, in keeping with its content, science of the experience of
Esto
consciousness.
es lo que te llevo diciendo desde hace harto rato. De que puede que no tengamos nada claro sobre cómo se nos presentan los objetos en las conciencias, pero el objeto de intentar descubrir cómo son más en su esencia ya es en sí mismo ciencia. Y si es que nos mantenemos yendo por ese camino, vamos eventualmente a llegar al conocimiento absoluto.
Ujú. ¿Leo la nota de esto? Ok.
Sí. Esta nota no es tan
¿Están
larga.
terminando?
Sí.
Brígido.
Fuiste a sacar la vuelta, conche tu madre.
¿Mm?
Fuiste a sacar la vuelta, conche tu madre.
A ver. ¿Quién era el weón que postergó matemática acá?
Ya, pues.
Yo solo fui a descansar.
Lo suplantamos con Hegel. Ya no veis que nos queda este párrafo y el siguiente.
Ya yo ahora, es que yo ahora voy a hacer otra weá, así
No,
que.
ya, pero espérate, pues, bueno, si quedan de verdad. 88, 89. Terminemos.
Pero weón, ¿qué voy a sacar? Tienen que resumírmelo después en un rato más, vuelvo, como en media
No,
hora.
no, espérate, weón. Si terminamos ahora.
Ustedes me lo resumen.
No, terminamos ahora, weón, que te acá.
Que mira, lo que tenés que cachar es que ya está corrido el escritorio de lado, toda la weá, porque vamos a tomar fotos, entonces
Ya,
no, ya no es el momento, weón.
ya. Después tenés que ver la grabación bien.
Ya, sí. Lo voy a. Sí, eso voy a hacer, voy a ver con la grabación, la wea. Pero más rato igual cuéntenme qué wea, pues, que sacaron de la wea. Vuelvo en un rato.
Bueno, ya.
Ahí nos vemos,
88.
cuídense.
Nota 88.
88. Heidegger argues that Heidegger 1970 argues that the phenomenology of spirit is not only an introduction to science for the uninitiated, but is science itself. However, he bases this on his incorrect belief that in the introduction, Hegel presupposes the view of the absolute with which he believes phenomenology of spirit to conclude. See paragraph 73 and Inwood 2013. Hegel agrees that phenomenology of spirit is not only an introduction to science, but science itself. However, he does so for the quite different reason that the transitions from one shape of consciousness to the next are necessary.
Esa es la weá,
It's
perdón,
not,
de nuevo.
does not entail.
Perdón. Para. Que el movimiento en sí es ciencia. La dialéctica es ciencia, esa es la weá. Cómo la
Y
conciencia
la
se da cuenta.
necesidad de tomar.
Cómo la conciencia se da cuenta de que está equivocada y busca moverse a una forma más elevada, es un movimiento de ciencia. Es un movimiento de la
Ujú.
dialéctica.
Así parece. This does not entail that a glimpse of the absolute of the conclusion of the whole sequence is presupposed by Hegel's account of the movement of the sequence. Hegel's conviction that the phenomenology of spirit is science, as well as an introduction to science, helps to account for its inclusion in Encyclopedia 3. 3. Paragraphs 413 to 39. If if the phenomenology of spirit is science, it must appear within the exposition of science. This is facilitated by the new introduction with which Hegel begins his encyclopedia. Pa-pa-pa-pam. Pa-pa-pa-pam.
Último párrafo.
Ultima. The experience which consciousness has on itself can, in accordance with the concept of experience, comprehend within itself nothing less than the whole system of consciousness, or the whole realm of the truth of spirit, in such a way that the moments of this truth, present themselves in this peculiar determinacy. They are not abstract pure moments, but as they are for consciousness, or as consciousness itself emerges in its relation to them. This is why the moments of the whole are shapes of consciousness, impressing onto its true existence. Consciousness will reach a point at which it sheds its semblance of being burdened with alien material that is only for it as an other, a point where the appearance becomes equal to the essence, where consequently its presentation coincides with just this point in the authentic science of spirit, and finally, when consciousness itself grasps its essence, it will signify the nature of absolute knowledge itself.
Última nota y esta es grande. O
La no-
podemos dejarlo un cliffhanger y leer esta nota cuando empecemos de nuevo, porque es larga.
Sí, es más que bueno. Ay,
Ya, voy a cortar la transmisión entonces. Dejémosla hasta acá.
chao,
Cliffhanger.
chao.
Adiós.